Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake 2. Going to be finishing the playthrough today. Just to recap, the start of this playthrough was a fresh start and played through the game from start to finish, and then started the new game plus mode, which is called the final draft. And that's what we've been doing for the last couple of streams. And so this stream is the final part of this overall playthrough. And for those who haven't seen a lot of stuff from this game, the New Game Plus mode adds some different things story-wise as well as keeping things saved over from your previous playthrough as well. So it's quite unique in that respect. So yeah, you're getting more than just the game again, but you've got all your stuff from the previous playthrough. You're also getting new content within it as well. Hey there, son of a Brune. Welcome on in. Been a hot minute. Yeah. How's things been? Hope it's been going well. The game that will replace this is a surprise still. But I do have a game lined up to replace Alan Wake 2 with when this is done. But yeah, this is the final stream for this playthrough. But I will play this game again, of course, this year. So even though this is my annual playthrough, it doesn't mean that I'm only doing one playthrough this year. But there will be a later one at a later date. But what I want to do, I want to let the game breathe. So I want to be able to, I won't be playing this game again until October. That'll give me a big, good break. Not that I don't like the game, I just don't want the experience of the game story to cause any burnout or anything like that. Just want to sort of like let it settle, and then later on in the year, I'll be able to think about what kind of playthrough I want to do. I mean, I already know what kind I want to do, but I just don't know the ins and outs of it yet. But I would like to do a playthrough where it's a deep dive into the game. And I like to do that with the first Alan Wake. And last year in October, I did that with Alan Wake 1. But I think if I'm going to do the same kind of approach with Alan Wake 2 in October this year, I need to make sure that I'm only doing a regular playthrough of the first Alan Wake. To an extent, like I can still do extra stuff in the game, especially now because of the sequel, but this sequel is long enough as it is. So to actually do a playthrough where I'm doing in-depth stuff, it's probably going to take like quite a few streams. So I'm thinking that what I will do in October is play it on story mode, because that's the easiest difficulty, and it'll save a lot of headache and also time as well. So I've been pretty good. Got pepper spray certified a few months ago. Well, that was something. Really? Wow. So what did you have to do for that? You never played this one or the first, but you may have watched you play it if you streamed the first one. If not, then you have no clue who played it. Yeah, I like to stream the first one a lot. Usually it's one of those games that I do play multiple times in a year. And the first game came out in 2010, but I didn't play it till 2015. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought it was like to be able to carry that. You got certified to carry it. I see. So you're certified to like you've been given the go ahead. Yes, it's okay. Like you are capable of being pepper sprayed. I bet that would have been quite the experience. Like what is it? Like I know obviously the end goal of that is to make sure that if it gets used on you, then it doesn't have an effect. But is it more than just getting used to the sensation? Is it also getting used to it? No, yeah, you're certified to carry and use it in law enforcement and security environments. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I imagine that will give you a bit of an advantage as well over people who might not have done that aspect and are going for the same kind of like positions and stuff. Well, that's good that you got that done and that you've been certified. It's always good to work on something and then get the reward that you were after. So that's really cool. Just a heads up too, this is a very heavy spoiler territory because we're pretty much in the last like probably 3 to 4 chapters of the game as well. Um, But yeah, this is the final part of the New Game Plus run, but also the overall playthrough because I didn't want to, just do a New Game Plus on its own, especially because it's extra story, because when the game came out and they announced that they were doing New Game Plus, I just assumed, oh yeah, New Game Plus will be like any other game that has New Game Plus. It's carryover equipment and stuff and upgrades, and okay, yeah, I can do that, at another point. But when I did my when I started this annual playthrough of Alan Wake 2, when I loaded up the game and I realized that there was a different intro and all that, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. So then I decided to play it again from the start, fresh, but on easy mode to get through quicker, and then continue on. And I decided instead of doing it as two separate playthroughs, just keep it as one playthrough, and then that way the progression can be seen from just the regular game to the actual New Game Plus. And then that way people who are watching, will be able to see it all from start to finish and then go, oh yeah, so that part was different there and this part happened differently in that part and, didn't notice that before, so that's cool, those sorts of things.
I need to figure this out on the case board. Scratch's Wake's double. He tricked us. He almost got the clicker from me. The whole plan has gone out the window. How could we get this so wrong?
Textbook boondoggle.
You said it, Anderson. It's a shit show. So what's the plan?
Scratch pretended to be Wake to trick us.
He almost won me over. I should have trusted my gut. Had a bad feeling about him when we found him at the lake. When that insane monster cloud came at me in the woods, I saw a face inside it. Wake's. I think he was always a monster. Always Scratch.
Son, it's so that you can know what it feels like and keep your composure. You can decontaminate properly and you can know what you're giving to people. That's a lot to take in, and that's kind of the stuff. Like some of it is probably common sense in the way of course, that would be something that you would need to learn, but there would also be a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, so that's an element that needs to be tested on you, and you need to be able to show that you can withstand that and all the different elements that go into that process. Honestly, New Game Plus is such a cool thing because different games can handle it so many ways. Like some games you restart with your skills but not items. Other games do what the Souls series does, which is just, restarting the story, but your character is the exact same as they were when you ended the last play, and then there's this. It really is cool because it also helps add to the game's uniqueness as well. And the thing about Alan Wake 2 is that the way that the story is told and all the kinds of tropes that are used, they fit the New Game Plus concept very, very well. And it's great that they decided to use that because they could have just made it basic, which would have been fine, but going that extra mile really adds an extra layer on top of things.
The dark presence is vulnerable against bright light. At least that makes sense.
So like one part of it was if you were to swear when you were sprayed, then they would have delayed your decontamination because the point is to keep your composure and like handle the whole thing. But thankfully you didn't even consider swearing because you told yourself you'd smile through it and you did. Yeah, I mean that's a great point too, as well. It's not anywhere near the same, but the idea of being able to mess up a test early, or at a point where, you might think, oh, it's something where it's like, oh, damn, good thing I didn't do that, or if I had, like, a lot of, I don't know about other places around the world, but in some places here in Australia, when someone's learning to drive, if they go to the actual, motor registry what's one of the first things that is there when the person's driving out? A stop sign. And there's so many people who haven't noticed, and so they've just, gone straight through. And then the person is like, whoa, whoa, stop, 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 stop. What did you do just then? And they're like, what? Did you see the stop sign back there? And they're like, oh, shit, It made me think of that because it's this idea of you're being tested for something, and you're being tested like they're looking for things straight away. It's not, yeah, it'll be a few minutes after the actual process begins before we start evaluating you. It's like, no, from the moment it actually starts, it's like, yep, you need to be on the ball, you need to be paying attention, you need to be making sure that you're doing the right thing. As soon as it starts, because there's things that could go wrong that you might not think. Hey there, Max. Welcome, dude. Hope it's going well. Yeah, it is clever. It really is sort of a run. Yeah, yeah. It's cool. It's like testing people and their perception as well.
Scratch was pretending to be Wake, manipulating me. What does he want from me? No, I'm in control here. It's my mind place. He's powerful. Too powerful. Just his presence here makes me feel sick. Like a wave of terror through my head. I feel his single-minded drive to get the clicker.
Max, it's like a trick test you took in elementary school. The instructions said to read all the questions completely before starting. The last question, number 20, was to ignore the other 19 and just turn it in. 90% failed, lol. That is extremely clever. That's really cool, Max. Like, holy shit. It's like, riddles as well. Because sometimes when you're trying to think of the answer to a riddle, you're thinking so much about the end result that you're not necessarily examining every single little detail of the actual riddle itself. Son of a brother, it's like writing your name down in the wrong part of the test. You done goofed before you knew you started. Exactly. Exactly, It's like, oh, whoops.
I assumed Wake escaped the dark place. Is it possible he's still there?
The Big Apple in an ocean of darkness. Gone diving. Note from my editor. You're using the wrong tense. Trapped in a loop. My friends will meet him when I'm gone.
Wake is still trapped in the dark place. Maybe he always was. Wake is trapped in the dark place. He's been reaching out, communicating with me in the overlaps.
So this is the thing about the dark presence is that, let's say you had some kind of like force of nature. Like, let's imagine a hurricane. Now, when we look at a hurricane, it looks a certain way, and we go, that's a hurricane. But imagine if the hurricane could actually make itself look like something that's not a hurricane, And not just that, but actually act like something that's not a hurricane. That's kind of like what the Dark Presence is. It can make itself look like anyone at any time, anywhere, to anyone. And it makes people who see it think that they're seeing the person, but they're not actually seeing the person. They're seeing the Dark Presence using the face of the person that they know. And so if you look at Alan Wake 1, you have the Dark Presence using the face of Barbara Yeager, who was Thomas Zane's wife, girlfriend, whatever. In Alan Wake, American Nightmare, we actually see Mr. Scratch in that. And in that, he's conveyed as a separate entity. Because in Alan Wake 1, when Mr. Scratch is created, he's a separate being from Alan. But the thing about that is it now makes me think, are we seeing Mr. Scratch in Alan Wake 1 when he appears towards the end as a separate entity, or is it just a very clever way symbolically to show that it's a reflection of Alan? And that when Alan is face to face with Mr. Scratch at the end of Alan Wake 1, he's literally looking at himself. Therefore, if we take Alan Wake 2 into consideration, it is plausible that the whole time that we've seen Alan in the dark place or out and about, like when we see him in American Nightmare, but that's a bit different though, because that's set within a Night Springs episode, so that's a little bit different. But in Alan Wake 2, the Dark Presence is a separate entity, and it's using Alan Wake's likeness for its own purposes, just like it could use anyone's likeness as well. And that's the powerful thing about the Dark Presence, is that it has so many faces. And if you think about the dialogue where Alan in this says, you know, monsters, this story is a horror story, and monsters wear many faces, you know. So there's all this kind of stuff that's all going in. And so it's a very clever thing that they've done to construct this. And the thing about it too is it's very easy to cause confusion. And even Saga gets confused because she's like, hang on, okay, so Alan was like, we thought it was Alan, but it wasn't Alan. It was just the Dark Presence using his face. And if the Dark Presence can do that, then who's to say that anyone that you come into contact with isn't the Dark Presence just using their face? So yeah, it definitely makes you wonder about not only stuff within this game itself, but every other, like the first game and Alan Wake's American Nightmare and the content in Control related to Alan Wake. It makes you reevaluate, and that's the great thing about this sequel, is that it does that. Is everything that it makes you reevaluate going to be good? It just depends. There's certain characters in this game that I wish weren't written the way that they were, but I've gotten used to it and fine with it, because I've realized that just like any story, not everyone's always going to survive. You know what I mean? There's going to be people that make it through one story. I mean, hell, there's a lot of horror movies. I mean, there's a few examples, but one that comes to my mind straight away is Friday the 13th Part 2. The girl who survives at the end of the first Friday the 13th, she gets killed at the start of the second movie. So you know that all bets are off and that anything can happen. And so if you look at a lot of authors' work, I mean, you know, J.K. Rowling is famous for killing off beloved characters, you know, in her stories. You get attached to these characters and you connect with them, and then they get killed. And because of that connection you had with them, it makes you feel it more, their death. And so there's certain characters, and I'm not, even though I've gone past the point, and there'll probably be some things that will mention it, I just don't want to mention it yet because the game is still relatively new. But in October, when I do my next playthrough of this game and do it more in depth, it will be a massive spoiler playthrough. But all I'll say is that there are characters that were in Alan Wake 1 that don't survive Alan Wake 2. Now, yes, that could be a spoiler in terms of general terms, but that could be for anything. You know what I mean? Like, you could watch the next entry in a movie series that you like, the main character might die. You know, there's characters that could die as well. I won't say who it is and anything like that, but it's that kind of storytelling concept. And the whole idea about Alan Wake is that it's a writer writing within the confines of what a writer has to deal with when they're writing a story. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to do a story, like you look at the great stories, the ones that are really good, they're written in such a way that there's certain loops or hoops, I should say, that the character has to go through. You know, like Indiana Jones is a good example of a character who is able to, 1 minute he succeeds. Oh, look, he's got the idol at the start of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, but wait, he gets the idol taken off of him by one of the villains of the story. You know, he goes and he gets the Ark at the end of the movie. What happens to the Ark? It gets confiscated by the government and put at Area 51, you know. So it's this idea of give and take. It's like the character may succeed, but they may get that success taken away. And that's something that, you know, depending on your story, you can sort of like weave in a lot as well. So because we're dealing with a game that deals with fiction coming to life and that what is being written has rules and these need to be followed, it means that it creates a situation in the story where all bets can be off about characters, about events, and all that kind of stuff. So thinking about that, the things that I was a bit, I don't know, after having played the game the first time, I'm now like, okay, I may not still 100% like what happened, but I can understand and accept the reasoning behind why it's happening, and perspective-wise, why would a character think this? Okay, they think this because of this reason. Why did they say this? Well, they say this because of this reason. You know, things like that. Let's catch up on chat. Max, the lesson was to be prepared and not jump ahead first. Exactly. You know, like there's this thing. It's like for some people, it's like not have to react straight away because they feel that if they don't, then they might be missing out on something. And the people that wait, others might say, "Why are you waiting? You know what? You know, just jump in and do it." You know, and the two types can, you know, definitely succeed or fail either way. You know, someone who's very cautious can be rewarded with that caution by knowing that, okay, things are fine. Someone who is on the ball and quick to react, they may also find success in what they're reacting to. But like the person who's cautious, the person who is jumping in straight away could also fail something. Just like the person who's too cautious could also fail something, you know. But yeah, it's definitely one of those interesting things. It's like needing to put the horse before the cart. Or is that the cart before the horse? Son of a Brun. Also, you guys, you tried the Flamin' Hot Cool Ranch Doritos. Those things are immaculate. Oh, that's good. That's good that it turned out well. I'd probably have to drink some milk or something with something like that. Hurricane all of a sudden becomes your Oh, wait, that's still a hurricane. Here I am, yeah. Hey, Viper, welcome on in. How's things going? Son of a Brun, hey, don't spoil Friday the 13th. Part 2, man, too soon. Way too soon, exactly. You know, I mean, for people who time traveled from I think, yeah, the second was 1981. For those people who traveled from 1981 to 2024, sorry to spoil the movie that just came out in your time period. You mean characters we love die in anything? Just look at The Walking Dead, Telltale. And that's part that really hits when a character dies that you care for. Any of these other scenarios, that's exactly right. You know, and at the end of the day, it may not be something that we as fans like when it happens. And hell, even after, and even knowing what the reasoning is, the reasoning doesn't have to be something that we like or accept. You know, and so it's sort of like evaluating. Okay, we really like this character. This was done to them. Okay, so is this like a fair thing that's been done to them? Is it something that works for the story and that's beneficial, or is it just something that doesn't work at all? You know, and that's the question. Viper, good. Just going good. Just watching a Bob Ross video and stream at the same time. Oh, well, hopefully he's painting lots of happy trees. I'm glad to hear that you're going good, Viper. That's excellent. We're finishing off the game of Alan Wake 2 today. Technically, this is my third playthrough, but this whole playthrough with the parts 1 through to this one, which is 8, are all part of the one overall go through, because I started from scratch again at the start of this playthrough and then continued on with the playthrough into New Game Plus.
The FBC usually handles stuff like this, right? Any thoughts?
Hold up. You brought a paranatural object in here without telling me and then almost handed it over to a hostile entity?
I didn't know if I could trust you. That was a mistake. So was believing Scratch. But it's not too late. I just need to understand more.
You got that right. Let's start acting like we're on the same side, yeah?
So tell me what I'm missing. The FBC must know something.
Good news, we have Bureau intel on all of this. Bad news, it's highly classified. Good news, consider yourself deputized into the Federal Bureau of Control. Here's a key to the cell where we keep the files. Happy reading.
Okay. Thanks.
I've said this before, but I really hope that Estevez, the character that we're speaking to here, is actually in Control too. I think that'd be really cool to do that.
The horror story's changing reality. It made it so my daughter died here, even though she's supposed to be back home in Virginia. Do you know if that's...
AWEs are localized distortions of reality. The area outside town might not be affected. Sometimes they expand, sometimes they fizzle out. If we can make sure it's the latter, your kid might be fine.
The whole thing is a nightmare. I can't let my family be torn apart.
Having family isn't easy in this line of work. The late nights, travel, alternate realities threatening their existence. My ex-wife couldn't take it.
Karen, you're better off without her. I know I am.
Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude?
You really don't remember Logan living in Virginia with me and David?
I remember you and David having problems. You needed a break. You and Logan moved to Watery and then Logan, well, that awful thing happened. After you came back to work, I thought you'd be the perfect partner for this case, if you were willing to return to the area.
Okay. That's enough. The story is changing your memories. What you're remembering is fiction. Logan is alive. I'm not divorced. We never moved here. I remember the truth.
No. Wake or Scratch, whoever that was, said the story could be used to attack us. We all need to question what's real. With that said, how do we know the story isn't giving you false hope?
I can't convince them. I just need to change the story.
Ronnie?
This is the kind of case my ex hated. The ones that might kill me.
That's funny. The cases that might kill me were my ex's favorite.
Both Estevez and Casey bonding over ex-wives. Ronnie, it's going well. It's always a happy day when you can catch your stream before bedtime. I'm glad to hear that, Ronnie. That's awesome. It's going well, dude. Yeah. I thought I'd start this stream a bit earlier because I do want to get it done today, but I also have another game that I've got lined up that I wanted to do as well. So it should work in nicely. Ronnie, you should fly out for TwitchCon San Diego. The conference would be lame, but San Diego isn't so bad. San Diego. San Diego. San Diego. Son of a bun. All right, you all got to head off. It's getting late already. Peace be with you all, and put down that toilet seat after you. Thank you, son of a bun. It was good to see you in chat again. And that's definitely understandable too, as well. I hope you get a great rest. You have a good one. I've already read these earlier in this playthrough when I started it again from scratch. So in this New Game Plus mode, I won't read them again.
The lake is a gateway to the dark place. What the hell is a para-utilitarian?
Well, a para-utilitarian is redacted. That's what they are. And now you know.
Wake isn't the first person the dark presence disguised itself as. The clicker amplifies any changes to reality suggested by a piece of art. Makes them permanent. Think, Saga. I need to know what information I can still trust.
Okay, so this manuscript page is one of the ones that you can't get if you start the game from a fresh save. This is only available in the New Game Plus mode, which is called the Final Draft.
A pale balloon in the sky float and sink deeper. Night springs when bright falls for this sleeper. The surface disturbed, the reflection now a traitor. In the cavity of the skull, turned to a crater. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
Wake told me the clicker would fix this. But Wake was actually Scratch. How can I trust anything he said?
The artist must conclude his work. He rides a storm on your piece. Wake up and smell the danger. We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
But we don't have Wake. Everything we knew about the clicker was true. He wasn't lying.
Alright, so I'm going to speak to a certain character, and there's going to be a spoiler about a major character death. So just a heads up.
I'm sorry about your brother, Ilmo.
Jaakko was all heart. He always went along with my ideas, no matter how stupid they were. Always happy to help. I got carried away. I never think things through. It's my fault.
I realize it's a bad time. But I need you to tell me everything about the cult of the tree.
The cult is my craziest idea that ever worked. Look, What kind of a cult calls themselves a cult? Exactly. We protect Water in Bright Falls. We're the good guys. A secret neighborhood watch. Well, that was the idea anyways. Look, we've always known about the horror inside the lake. When any Taken come out, we kill them.
You don't turn people into Taken. You kill the ones who already have. How long has the cult been around for?
Certain folks around here have always known about Cauldron Lake. Before us, it was the Torchbearers. And when I inherited the mission, I wanted to call it a cult. It was genius. Just named it half the work. Made people too scared to go into the woods at night. Business 101. Fear is a great motivator.
You were trying to kill Alan Wake. Why?
Nothing good has ever come out of Cauldron Lake. The nightmare that hit Bright Falls in 2010 was all because of his writing. And ever since then, pages of his stories are floating up from the lake, and monsters keep popping out. It's all him, Wake. And if we don't stop him, no one will.
Wake's evil doppelganger Scratch is the threat we're facing, not Wake. And I will stop him.
I've never heard of anyone called Scratch. Ai vittu.
Doesn't make sense. Ilmo said the cult kills Taken. Is he telling the truth?
Surplus deer masks buy in bulk. We've got a floater, a Taken on the shore. Call the gang Yako. We are going hunting. Cult of the Tree. Keeping the town safe since 2013.
Ilmo is telling the truth about the cult. They really were fighting the Taken. We're on the same side. If the cult is killing Taken, then why did Nightingale turn into one?
Private party. Invitation only. Wrong time, wrong place. Time to go, Yako. A job half done isn't done at all.
Nightingale became a Taken because the Bookers interrupted their ritual.
Oh, things are going well, Ronnie. It's Friday here, which is really cool. Of course, it's always good to get to a Friday. Been keeping well, trying to keep cool because it's still hot here. So that's definitely still going on. It's still summer here in Australia. And stream-wise, been making some good progress. It's been interesting so far, not having a day dedicated anymore to just Tomb Raider games only and Assassin's Creed games only, but it's a fresh change. And on the weekends, Red Dead Redemption 2 is going great. Started a playthrough of that, doing a different approach in that game. I don't know if you know what approach I was doing, but I've still got the command active for it. So that's a bit of an idea of what I'm actually doing with my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2 at the moment. And yeah, it's been going really good, making lots of good progress. Still very early in the Red Dead 2 playthrough, but it's one that I'm taking my time with a little bit, so it's not as time intensive. Well, time, I don't think time intensive is really the right word, but it's one that I don't have a deadline necessarily for. I mean, I do want to finish that playthrough before the year ends, of course, but it won't take the whole year to get done.
Scratch told me the clicker can be used to change the story. Does that match your understanding of this thing?
Yeah, the light switch is a paranatural item, maybe even an object of power. We have verified reports that Alan Wake was in possession of it during the AWE here back in 2010. It definitely has power. We know that much.
I can come up with a plan. I always do. I'm gonna deal with the situation, Ilmo. But the town will need protection until we sort this out. I could use your help.
Right. I'll round up the gang. Whoever's left. We won't let these fucking monsters hurt any more of our people. We'll do my brother proud.
Thank you, Ilmo. So the Cult of the Tree actually kills Taken. They were on our side, even if their methods are misguided and criminal.
It looked right from where we were standing. Nothing's what it seems in this case. Too many stories contradicting each other. Too many versions of the truth.
Ronnie, that looks like a tough playthrough. It'll be interesting. Yeah, part of the trick to it has been getting used to a routine within the game. So what I've settled into is, as early as possible, I go and change Arthur's outfit, and then I go out and hunt, and I've made it so that I don't have to like get a certain amount of animals and bring them back to the camp. I just need to at least bring one back to the camp. So I do that as early as possible, and then I decide, what do I want Arthur to go and do for the rest of that day? Do I want him to go and make some money by hunting animals for himself and selling the pelts to get money just that he can use? Or do I actually do a mission? So far, the missions that I've been doing haven't made it that I can't get done the changing of the outfit and getting an animal for the camp at least once a day. Even that mission when you go hunting with Hosea for that bear, I was still able to manage to make sure that I had Arthur wearing a different outfit for the day that they left, but had also already brought an animal back. And then when the mission ended, which puts it into the next in-game day, I managed to get the mission finished and then get what I needed to get done before that day ended, you know. So I've gotten into a bit of a groove. The trick is just getting the money for Arthur for himself. And it's very tricky because if I loot an enemy, I need to take note of how much money Arthur loots off the enemy. So I can divide, or rather subtract, the amount of money that he got by looting from the amount of money that he might have that he earned himself, and make sure that it's separated. So I give the money to the camp that was the looted amount and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot to kind of like keep track with. But I've just recently unlocked the varmint rifle, which will give me it'll give me more animal types to be able to hunt. Because if I'm using the right weapon, I'm going by the compendium entry. So if the compendium entry says this animal can be killed by a poison arrow, I have to kill them with a poison arrow. I can't just be like, oh, well, it's still a bow that I'm using. As long as it kills the animal, no, I have to be very specific. But with the varmint rifle, there's a whole variety of animals that compendium entries say a varmint rifle is good to kill. So that'll help and make it quicker to actually get an animal for the camp and take it back. And also quicker for Arthur to hunt an animal for his own money. I got hit in the head with a can of soda. Luckily, it was a soft drink. You're very lucky there, Mr. Gote. It was a soft drink. That's a good one.
We have a lot of catching up to do after this thing is all over. Everything is different now. My family, me, the whole fucking world.
I'll buy the coffee, Anderson. Partners to the end. This case is one for the books.
I see what you did there.
Don't like all this chaos, right?
I recently watched the reveal for the next... Well, not the reveal, sorry. They already did a video on that. But the next Indiana Jones game. And I don't know whether to get excited about it, but I tell you what, the fact that it's coming out this year is actually really good. And I never thought of this before. Now, in a perfect world, Harrison Ford would reprise the role again, at least voice-wise, for this game. But he hasn't, so, just to, make sure people who are listening to this live or in the VOD who are a fan of Indiana Jones, don't get your hopes up. Harrison Ford's not playing the character in it. And you may not like, or you may like Troy Baker as an actor or not, I don't know, but he's been cast as Indiana Jones, so he's playing the role of Indiana Jones. And when I found that out, and I thought about how Troy sounds, his voice, I was like, yeah. And watching the trailer and stuff that was released recently, like a better, or a bit of gameplay as well, he definitely fits. Like, you can tell, obviously, it's not Harrison Ford, or that he's not doing an impression of Harrison Ford 100%, but it's definitely in that wheelhouse of how Harrison Ford sounds. And I think, all things considered, that's definitely a good thing that he's able to at least sound semi-similar to Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones. But you can still tell it's Troy Baker's voice, though. But still, I thought that was quite good casting for the video game. Mr. Gote, you're good. You played a round of Hunt Showdown with mates today and chilled out. You're free till Tuesday. It's payday tomorrow. Oh, nice. That's really cool, dude. Glad to hear that you had a great time. Ronnie, how many copies of Skull and Bones have you bought already? 10, 30? None, Dr. Ronnie. Although I do have this game. I don't know if people have heard about it, but it's called Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I hear it's quite a good game, and it's one of those games that if you're looking for a pirate experience that you could play right now, and that you've been able to play for the past 10 years, which is how long the Skull and Bones game has been in development for, Black Flag is definitely the way to go. Mr. Gote, also, you sold 4 thumbnails, made $40. You've been making money on that side too still. Really, dude? That's cool that you've been able to do that. That's something like that's cool to think about. You know, thinking outside the box too. Thinking of what you can do. Hey, Bray, welcome on in. That's right. That's exactly right, Bray. Yeah, yeah. Troy Baker's playing Indiana Jones in the new game. They've even got it. It's set between it's set between Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is the first movie, and The Last Crusade. So it's still in that sort of era of Indiana Jones's life, which is cool. And at first, I wasn't sure what to think about the first-person mode, but when I actually saw the gameplay, and it's first-person for fighting, for shooting, using your whip against enemies and all that kind of stuff, and like, you know, walking around and running around, and doing puzzles. But when it comes to actually climbing things, using the whip to swing across stuff, it goes to third-person view and control. So I thought that was a good compromise on it being like a first-person game. But I get why it's first-person, because they wanted you to feel like you were looking at things through the eyes of Indy. Shoot, which one was... this would be the new one, I'd say.
Agent Young held his clipboard up to the light. The equipment was all accounted for. He ticked the boxes, satisfied. A noise on the other side of the back lot made him pause. He peered into the darkness. Nothing. Shrugging, he signed and dated the form. Estevez wanted everything ready, just in case. Young appreciated a cautious leader. Estevez had held it together even after the oldest house had gone dark. Young began to head inside. The local sheriff's station was a tight fit, but at least they had a coffee machine. Young felt optimistic. They even had the para-utilitarian in custody already. Another clatter behind him. Closer this time. He turned, hand on his holster. He called out to the darkness. "This station has been seized by the Federal Bureau of Control. You're not authorized to be here." Suddenly, the lights flickered, went off. Young couldn't see a thing. Then from inside the station, the screams began.
Okay, that's not the new one that we picked up. Now I don't know which one is the new one, which one's the old one, because it could have been one that was added later. Damn it. Great, I don't know which one, because it might be a manuscript page that covers something from a previous part. But now I can't, I don't know which it was. Breakthrough, no. Or maybe I'm just confusing myself because I've heard the same manuscript 3 times now. Hang on, I'll just go to Google and have a look. Alan Wake 2, chapter... hang on. Return 6. Manuscript pages, let's have a look. Okay. Return 6. Manuscript page. Sheriff stations attacked. Dark Poem 3. That wasn't the one that we just picked up off the ground. So that guide is outdated. It was probably done when New Game Plus hadn't come out yet. Rose receives a message. That's in the 6th one, so why didn't it appear? Although it's found there, but let's click on it. Rose receives a message. No. This is so annoying. Rose receives a message. This is so weird. I just picked up a manuscript page literally, and the one that they say is found in Return 6 is Rose receives a message, but the message, Saga fights Nightingale with light, Saga pursues Nightingale, Saga at the general store, Saga Anderson's deja vu, Nightingale enters the lake, Saga finds a safe haven, Saga opens the Cauldron Lake overlap, the murder sites, Dark Poem 1, the trailer, Scratch on the Hunt, the Coscos Parade float, Deputies corrupted, Deputies in the morgue, Mocker's funeral, the cult finds the clicker, Saga in the watery woods, Saga fights taken in the workshop, Watery, Coffee World attack, breakthrough in the lake house, Saga at the nursing home, Tor is bewitched, Odin stuck in bed, Saga opens the Valhalla nursing home overlap, history of the Valhalla nursing home, Barry struggles with artist, building the Valhalla nursing home, Cynthia corrupted, Cynthia and Tom, Emmett taken, Dark Poem 2, Sheriff Station attacked, and Dark Poem 3. There is nowhere that Rose receives a message. So, the fact that I just picked up a manuscript page and I've looked online, and the only ones that are in this chapter that this guide says are called Rose Receives a Message, Sheriff Station Attacked, and Dark Poem 3, tells me that this page, for some reason, might be glitched, or who knows what the hell is going on. Ronnie, what? A pirate and an assassin? Nonsense. I know, right? Like, who would have thought it? Mr. Gote, some videos you made thumbnails for have 2,000 to 3,000 views on too, which is nice. You know, that is really cool to see that your work is contributing, to something. Yeah, Brace. So there's the reveal trailer of, well, the gameplay reveal, I should say. So you'll definitely hear what Troy Baker sounds like as Indiana Jones. Mr. Gote, come on, Jesse, just come out of nowhere and whoop Alan's ass. If only it were that simple to resolve this. Okay, the thing I need to do then in this case is have a look at this. Okay, so let's go up. The message, Saga fights Nightingale with light, Saga pursues Nightingale, Saga at the general store, Saga Anderson's okay. Return 2, Nightingale enters the lake, Saga finds a safe haven, Saga opens the Cauldron Lake overlap. Okay, so there's some that I'm missing because I haven't found them, but let's have a look. Saga burns by the dark substance. Dark Poem 1, hang on. No, it wouldn't be that because I've already looked at that, I'm pretty sure. Rose receives a message. Okay, so that's... Hang on, this one here. Sheriff Station attacked. The location that's found in is not where I just found this current manuscript page. Alright, so Dark Poem 3. Let's see where that one is located. Locked in the... I'll tell you what. Let's go to YouTube in that case and have a look. Alan Wake 2. Manuscript pages. All this just to see whether or not I've already listened to something, but... Let's see. Rose receives a message. Alright. Of course, it doesn't say... Jesus Christ. Oh dear. I mean, it's cool to have, like, you know, the actual manuscript pages, you know, to be listened to on YouTube, but it would really, really help to know the location of these. And no. Alright. One more look, and if I can't figure this out, we just continue on. But it's just so fucking annoying when guides don't prove to be helpful. In that case, I literally have no idea what manuscript page the one that I just picked up was. So the next thing I could try is actually going back in the broadcast, because as a streamer I can go and open up my own broadcast and then go to my own about page and then select videos, and then I can't do that because I've got it set so that I have to manually publish the videos of my streams. Alright, well, in any case, what I'm going to have to do is use this guide and open up every single documentation of this to see which one was the one that I just found on the ground. The problem is, because I went into this menu and then went to a different section, it took away the new, so I can't isolate the latest manuscript page read aloud. So let's have a look. Breakthrough at the lighthouse, at the lake house. Yep, that's the Marmont one. Dark Poem 2. I don't think my memory's good enough to just read the text of every single one to know if I actually had played it or not. Or better yet, how about we just reload my last save? The final draft yesterday. Okay, so there's no... Fine then, game, we just continue on. I can't be here all day doing this bullshit. Not too sure, actually, Mr. Gote. I mean, it's possible that they could, but I don't know in what form or which way that would happen. It's going to be very curious to see what approach they take with Control 2 as well. One thing that I would like to see in Control 2 is the ability to go and investigate AWEs and objects of power as part of the storyline, where it's like, hey, we've got a report that there's a AWE that's happening right now in, I don't know, let's just say Chicago, and we need you to go there. You know, you could either go there yourself as Jesse or organize to send an agent out there, and if you do, then that agent will report back to you the information. You know, I don't know, but they could do something completely different. Control 2 might end up being a isometric real-time strategy game for all we know. But in any case, anything is possible in the Remedy universe. Oh, the page I must have found must have been this one, not an actual manuscript page.
Doesn't look right.
Mr. Gote, turn-based RPG, RTS, third-person shooter VR game. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they do Control 2 as a first-person VR game, or at least have that be a option for you to choose.
The clicker can fix this, but I can't use it without Wake. Tor knows about this stuff. Maybe he can help.
Yeah, the light switch is a paranatural item, maybe even an object of power. We have verified reports that Alan Wake was in possession of it during the AWE here back in 2010. Definitely has power. We know that much.
Wake is still in the dark place. How do I get him out?
We live and breathe rock and roll. From the silence of screams, from the fever of dreams. The clicker can amp up other works of art, not just Tom's writing. Anything created with passion. The dark power of the lake will make it creep into reality. But if the holder of the clicker believes in the art, they can make it all come true in the flick of a switch.
I can use the clicker without Wake. Only Wake's writing can change the horror story. But I can use the clicker to change something else. Like getting Wake out of the dark place. I will use the clicker to change reality and bring Wake back at Cauldron Lake. I'll need the right work of art, but that won't be a problem.
Come up with a new... Hang on, game.
I've got it now. I just need to tell the others what to do and fix everything. For good.
See, you'd think that would have popped up because I had spoken to all the characters that I could speak to, and it still had the message come up on the screen say, come up with a new plan on its own. But I think someone's had that glitch. I read about it before being a glitch, so that's most likely what has happened. So I had to go to Cauldron Lake, or I could have probably gone to Watery, either one, and then go back to Bright Falls, and then it would pop up saying, share the plan with Casey and Estevez.
So we need Wake to fix the story, right? That hasn't changed. So here's what I have. Wake's still trapped in the dark place, under the lake. I think we can use the clicker to get him out. But first, we need a work of art. Something other than his story. And that'll get him here.
I'm not filling out the paperwork for this one. I wouldn't know where to start. But I'm sold.
Okay. Look, this feels like something that once we get the ball rolling, there's no turning back. You sure you have it all figured out?
I'm ready to head to Cauldron Lake now. Let's get the plan started.
Okay, here we go. We'll be there for you. What do you need from us?
I'll head to Cauldron Lake with the clicker.
Scratch will try to get you, Anderson. You'll need backup.
I can tell there's no talking you out of coming, Casey. Estevez, is there a way to get that light array to the lake?
Oh, I've got you covered, so good news there. And we'll bring our mobile containment unit. It's specially built for entities like Scratch.
And this work of art, Anderson. What's the plan for that?
I'll make some calls on the way. Just meet me at Cauldron Lake. Tor, I need the old gods of Asgard. I need a very special song.
Hell yeah! The tour bus is already loaded, and we've said our goodbyes. Ready to hit the road, just like the old times, baby.
You saw this coming, huh? Of course. I need a song about Alan Wake. About bringing him out of the dark place.
A rider. A lake of darkness, bringing him into the light. It writes itself.
I hope they've still got it. Pick up. David, please pick up.
David.
David! It's me. Where have you...
Stop. For once, you need to listen. You left me. You took my daughter away from me. Then you let her... She's dead because of you. And I don't ever want to hear your voice again. Stop calling me.
David! It's getting worse. It's spreading. I'm running out of time. This is not the way.
We're incoming with the lights, Anderson. Where do you want them?
Set them up on the shore. We need to be ready if Scratch shows up.
We'll be ready. Estevez out.
That was interesting. I pressed the left trigger to aim.
That must be Tornodin. Maybe I should check in.
Kiddo! We're almost at the gig! And Odin's run over 4 minions of darkness! The bus is our hammer! I'm driving with one hand!
I need you to meet me at the shore. Is the song ready?
Almost! Odin's got a killer chorus! Come save your soul, awake new and whole. By name I will... Oh, tree! Tree! What tree? There's no tree in the song! Who the fuck put the tree in the middle of the road? We're not on a road.
Drive carefully, Grandpa.
Pedal to the metal, bro! Metal to the pedal! Yeah!
Very rock and roll way to drive.
Back there, I pressed the left trigger once and then just spammed the shoot button. Now, you would think that just pressing aim once and then spamming the shoot button would mean it would only be one shot, because you can't necessarily, that I know of anyway, shoot without aiming first in this. So it was interesting that that happened, because what I wanted to do was actually hit the Taken like that. This is why a mini-map would really, really help. For people like me who need to have a way to know when I've taken a wrong turn. Like in Alan Wake 1, the mini-map isn't amazing or anything, but at least you can get a sense of which direction you're supposed to head in. Whereas with this game, you have to constantly keep checking the map all the time.
Another call box.
The lights in the containment cell are good to go, Anderson.
Great. A Torin Ode in there yet?
The two golden oldies? Well, they're here. And they bought moonshine. I love them already.
They're a lot.
You wanted to know what art we would use? Well, that's them. I'll be there soon.
So it's been interesting playing the game in this order in terms of like character switching, because this encounter that we're about to have is closer to us dealing with Mr. Scratch in the previous stream, whereas if you are doing different approach with the character switching, this might be something that you do earlier than this point. You can do all this stuff that I'm doing now before even returning to Alan, I think. You can keep with Saga up until this point if you wanted to, and then switch to Alan and then have to make all your way up to here as well. So that's something that I've noticed in this New Game Plus run, or this New Game Plus portion of the overall playthrough that I'm doing different approaches to the character alternating.
Children in Bright Falls all grew up hearing stories about the cult of the tree. Feral maniac.
Okay, that must be the one then. Because I can't switch to... This is the other thing too. We're in Return 6, and yet we found a manuscript page that's not for Return chapter. And so that makes it more difficult to know if I've actually found a new one or not. But the reason this one is appearing here, now that I think about it, is because I didn't unlock this area earlier when I was here in Bright Falls. Or Cauldron Lake, I should say. So this is correct. It's just that I'm finding it way later in the game than it was intended to be found at.
Children in Bright Falls all grew up hearing stories about the cult of the tree. Feral maniacs living in the woods. Satanists chanting, "We watch in the night," as they perform blood sacrifices in the forests. or things not quite human lurking in the dark. There were many versions of the story, but they all shared one important element: danger in the dark, in the woods. Somewhere among all the urban legends lay a secret truth. The real identity of the cultists prowling in the woods. Real faces hid behind the masks. Real hands held the knives. Real people fulfilling a grim purpose. The forest was not safe. People were right to keep their children away from the trees.
Another rhyme. Reminds me of the nursery rhymes I read to Logan when she was little.
Alright, I just remembered I'm not doing those things in this playthrough.
One, two. 1, 2. How you feeling tonight, Cauldron Lake? It's been a while since we played on this shore. Testing. Testing. I need more reverb. I'm getting no bounce out here. Night.
Hey, where are my chimes?
I threw them out. Chimes are not rock and roll.
Yeah, they are. If you know how to use them.
The surface of the lake was a black mirror. The upside-down reflection identical yet darker. A window into a darker world than ours. A doorway. A hush so profound it rang like a scream. As if the last echo of the terror had just died. Inside the steep cliffs of the caldera, everything echoed. An echo chamber. Like a fractured skull. A shadow fell on Cauldron Lake. Something of impossible scale loomed over it, blocking the sky. Ati, the janitor, leaned close. Took a hold of the rim of the crater. Lifted up his janitor's bucket. The water sloshed. Swirled inside like a vortex. Gently humming a tango, he poured the water on the attic floor.
I want to reread that for clarification. The surface of the lake was a black mirror, the upside-down reflection identical yet darker, a window into a darker world than ours, a doorway, a hush so profound it rang like a scream, as if the last echo of the terror had just died. Inside the steep cliffs of the caldera, everything echoed, an an echo chamber like a fractured skull. A shadow fell on Cauldron Lake. Something of impossible scale loomed over it, blocking the sky. Artie, the janitor, leaned close, took a hold of the rim of the crater, lifted up his janitor's bucket. The water sloshed, swirled inside like a vortex. Gently humming a tango, he poured the water on the attic floor. The attic floor. The only building that I can think of in this game that Artie is in that we see is the building, the Valhalla nursing home, or when Alan sees him in the basement of the studio where the Mr. Door show is being filmed. It could either be two of those. My first thought when I heard this was that I interpreted it, and it's wrong, but my first thought was, so Artie put some of the water from the lake in his bucket, right? But if we reread it, he lifted up the janitor's bucket, the water sloshed inside the bucket, swirled inside like a vortex. Gently humming a tango, he poured the water on the attic floor. Now, if he's standing over the actual lake, Artie, and he's pouring water out of his bucket, you would think that it would say he poured the water on the lake. But it's very specific in saying the attic floor. So, we know that the water in the bucket allows Saga and Alan to switch places. And when we think about the spiral symbol on the door in the Valhalla nursing home, it's right next to Artie's room. And so, with that combined, it means that Artie created a doorway so that he could go into the lake as well. Now, you've got to remember, the dark place itself exists in the lake. We call it a lake because that's what we think it is. What it really is a massive scale volume of space in which the dark place actually resides, you know. So if Artie is able to get out of the dark place with the bucket, then it's like, okay, so why isn't Artie helping Alan get out of the dark place with the bucket of water? But, yeah, that's just something I just thought of then. But anyway, it's very interesting what that manuscript page says.
Hey! I'm here! I'm here! Let's get ready!
Anderson, we've set up a control center up here overlooking the area.
Anderson, I can drop more gear down for you if you're running low.
I'll use the lights to hit the Taken when they come. Light them up for you. Bad news is, we were in a hurry. The power supply is spotty. Your partner here will try to keep it running.
I'm not a damn mechanic. I wish your tech guy was here, Karen.
Kiddo, we're ready to rock and roll. Just say when. Just like old times, right, bro? Fighting the forces of darkness with heavy metal! We're ready when you are! We're waiting for your signal, Saga! This'll be a show for the ages! We'll play this at maximum volume.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
Grandpa, you signal me when the song is done, and I'll use the clicker to bring Wake back. Hit it!
Hello, Colgren Lake. Great to see so many federal agents here tonight. Prepare to experience a soul-searing, mind-frying act of black magic and sorcery. This song goes out to our favorite tortured writer. Let these sweet tunes guide you out of the darkness. It's called Dark Ocean Summoning. Hey, you're making me look bad in front of Saga, bro. Let's try that again.
Paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt. The show's drawing a crowd.
It's alright, Estevez. I'm sure Jesse will make an exception for this scenario.
I have him in the light. I'll get him into the light. Henderson, on the right. Anderson, trouble on the way. They're coming.
Anderson, there's more gear waiting.
Anderson, heads up. Anderson. I'll blast him with the light.
I'm playing on normal mode, but this may as well have been hard mode, because the way that they've done the difficulty on normal, you're essentially playing what in any other game would be hard mode.
I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson.
Where enemies, you know, are pretty powerful. Like, yeah, you want them to be more powerful than they are on easy, but they act like enemies would on hard mode in any other game of this kind.
I'll light him up.
And the other thing about this game,
Anderson on the left.
you cannot break out of animations. If you need to reload your weapon and an enemy's about to hit you and you want to use your light, you can't. You have to wait till the animation for healing is finished or reloading is finished. Whatever animation happens, you need to wait for it to finish before you can cancel out of it to use something else. Dead again. Hey, little pumpkin. We finally have a release date for Hellblade 2, May this year. I'm like, yes. How's things going? Welcome on in.
A whole lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson.
That should become a t-shirt actually that Remedy sells. Saying there's a lot of paranatural crimes being broken right now, but it's fucking awesome.
I'll get him into the light. They're coming.
Keep in mind too, I also have the upgrade for this shotgun where if you stand still and then aim and shoot, it does more damage. And that dude took more than 3 shots of the shotgun.
I got it for you, Anderson.
When the camera does that on its own, no. Remedy needs to do a lot of work to remedy some of the glitches and inconvenient gameplay mechanics that is in this game. Otherwise, I'm just going to play this game every time on easy mode because I don't want to ruin the experience of the story by having gameplay that goes against the player without the player doing anything wrong. It's the gameplay that's in the wrong, not the player. There's things that I do in this game that are my fault, but there's also things that happen out of my control. For example, there was a moment there where the camera looked down. I did not even use the control stick to move the camera. The camera did that on its own after being attacked. And yeah, sure, okay, I was staggered by the enemy. But that's no excuse to completely disorient the player by changing the camera direction in which it's facing. You know, the camera is not supposed to be a handheld camera that someone is holding, and when you get hit, they get hit too, and so they almost drop the camera and all that kind of stuff. You know, so yeah. Look, Hunkin, you're wanting to text the release date for Hellblade. Super excited. Wish it was available as a pre-order. Yeah, it's good to actually have a date this time because yeah, they didn't release an actual date for so long. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
A whole lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. More taken on the way. I'll blast him with the light. Anderson on the left. I'll light him up. I'll blast him with the light.
Got a delivery for you, Anderson.
See how the camera did that? The game did that itself.
They're coming.
Alright, so it seems the best tactic in this is to just stand in a corner. Until they start to attack the stage, of course. Which they'll do soon. See how that did jack shit? See what I mean? And the reason why it's like this, the upgrades that they've got in the game. Why does your character reload so slowly? You need the upgrade to make them reload faster. But at the same time, even if you had that, if an enemy's right in front of your fucking face and you're almost dead and your character's reloading, you're dead because you can't cancel out of the reloading animation. If an enemy is coming at you and you press the boost of the light and Saga has to reload the battery, the enemy can kill you if you've got one hit left because you can't exit out of the animation for changing the battery. The speed at which our brain interprets what we're seeing and then our hands and fingers actually press buttons on a controller, this game is too slow to recognize that process. By the time you already see that an enemy's about to about to kill you, and your instinct is to aim and shoot, the character's still reloading their battery. This is the kind of shit you need to fix in this game, Remedy. This is the only thing for me that brings this game down in the gameplay department. Story-wise, fucking amazing. Gameplay-wise, you know. I've been going good, little pumpkin. Things have been going well. How about yourself? Star going good, just chilling a little bit before bed. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Star. What's the name of this song? Not too sure, actually. Death count? No. This is actually the first time in the game that I've actually died this quickly in a row. Although there was one part with Alan, but yeah, I didn't worry about a death count. I've already got so many death counts going for other games that, yeah. If I ever play this on the hardest difficulty one day, maybe. Okay, Rod, thank God it's a game. Yeah. But still, these are just things that, I get it. It's a survival horror game, and they want you to feel like every moment is precious, and that you need to make a decision. Do I reload the battery now, or do I shoot now? Do I shoot now or reload the battery now? Something that they could fix with the battery is this. Do not have the character automatically reload the battery on their torch. Let the player decide when to do that. In Alan Wake 1, you had full control over the frequency at which you would actually reload your torch. If you used up all your torch's power, and then you wanted to deal with enemies by shooting them, once you had actually broken away their shield, while you're doing that, the battery would slowly start to recharge, and then you could press it if you wanted to boost it to be recharged quickly, So that's what they could do with this game, is with the battery, make it so that when the battery for the flashlight goes out, when you run out, don't automatically have them reload. Let the player decide, because the player might have an enemy right in front of their fucking face who's going to kill them. And they need to shoot, but they can't shoot because the reloading animation of the battery is playing. Things like this. Little Pumpkin, a bit better. By the way, do you also get bots or whatever they are that sell their work, their graphic designers? Oh yeah, Little Pumpkin. Yeah. I'm glad that you're a bit better, and a bit is, better than not at all. But at the same time, I can definitely understand wanting to be even better than that, but at least it's, a small step in the right direction. I do, yeah. They definitely do appear a lot in chat. Sometimes they don't say that message straight away. Like sometimes they say introductory messages. So I'm sure that the bot has been designed to recognize the first initial response that a streamer might have as being a response to give a reply to that might come across as normal. But then they show their hand really early by putting the bot message. And if they're not a bot who does that, it's like, what do you expect? Like, I know that you have the mindset of, if I try it on 10 people and only 5 agree, then that's good enough to annoy other people. You know what I mean? That's probably what they're thinking is. It's like, if they can send 20 messages in different channels to ask the streamer if they want to do their graphic artwork, their thinking probably is, if I do it to 10 streamers at the same time, at least one of them might actually say yes, Little Pumpkin, indeed, a bit. It's still better than nothing, and thanks. That's okay, Little Pumpkin. These things take time, and it's not. Unfortunately, it's not a situation where you can just click your fingers and things go exactly the way that you want. Star, you're a bot. You're just smart. You play the long game. Exactly. Well, in real life, it would be the same way. You have a little time to think. That's true. And that's where you come up against the wall of realism in a game versus practicality of gameplay. And if it's a situation where practicality of gameplay should be more important than realism, then you should go for you should go for the gameplay, not the realism. I love realism in games. I like that. but not at the expense of making it that the gameplay suffers because of the realism. You know, we're still playing a video game here. You know, we're not playing a representation of an actual reality that's happening or anything like that. You know what I mean? We're playing a video game at the end of the day. And so the balance between realism and gameplay still has to be balanced well, so that it's not too realistic as to interfere with the gameplay, and that the gameplay doesn't block off some of the realistic stuff that they're trying to do for the story and all that kind of stuff.
A whole lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. Anderson, trouble on the way. I'll light him up. Look out on the right. I got him for you, Anderson. More taken on the way.
Anderson, stock up on ammo.
Because she was reloading, it wouldn't let me shine the light. Nice glitch, game. Remedy, live up to your name, fix your game.
Anderson, heads up.
When a game that came out in 2010, the first Alan Wake, has better gameplay than the sequel, 13 years later, you know you're done fucked up.
A whole lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. I'll get him into the light. I have him in the light. Anderson on the left. I'll blast him with the light. I have him in the light.
Anderson, I dropped gear for you.
I've been pressing the button multiple times to use the flashlight, but the animation for reloading can't be broken out of. This is what I'm talking about.
I'll get him into the light.
There's more ammo waiting.
They're coming. I'll light him up.
Delivery for you, Anderson.
More taken on the way. Anderson, they're trying to stop the song.
They're taking her, going for the old guy. Fucking hell! Yes!
The power of rock and roll.
There. A connection to the database. But the overlaps.
Fucking
That's
finally.
supposed to use the clicker. This is it! What happened? Why didn't it work? I did everything right. Art to bring him back? Clicker to make it real? So where the fuck is he?
Or when is he? Is the question.
Parliament Tower. It was back.
All right, poured myself a new drink. Time to catch up on chat. Bill Pumpkin, yes, one was nagging you to check their work when you engaged them. Oh no. Yeah, I think like if someone's serious about becoming a designer for a person's channel, the best way, and it might be a longer term approach, but you're going to get more respect from the actual streamer by doing this. And respect is more important than instant gratification when it comes to, wanting to be a graphic designer for a channel. If you have a lack of respect for the streamer when first meeting them, why should the streamer expect to be respected at all from that point? You know what I mean? So the best thing to do is network. That's what it's all about. If you want to be the graphic designer for a channel, first, get to know the streamer. Get to know their channel. Get to see how they work, And eventually, there will come a natural time where you can mention that you're a graphic designer and that if you need any help, just to shoot a message through, because you need to build that rapport first. Like if I'm going to go into someone's channel and I want to help them out with being a mod, for example, I don't go in there and say, hey, are you looking for any mods? No. I follow the channel. I spend time in the channel. I talk and interact. And then maybe months later, they might offer that. You know what I mean? So longer term, it'll take longer, but you'll have more respect, and all that kind of stuff. So I think that these people who want to seriously be graphic designer for channels don't just run in there and say, hey, I'm a graphic designer, hire me, Just play the long game. Start careful, they might tell you to buy them Visa cards next. Yeah. Or so many other different ways. You'd shoot through over the light unless the light is needed. Yeah, it's kind of weird, Star, because in this game you can still kill Taken without even shining their darkness shield away sometimes. I saw the most recent one, I don't know if they released any yesterday, because Xbox did a showcase, and I didn't really watch the showcase or anything, so unless they've done something new in the showcase, then I have seen it. Star, you like that lady? A t-shirt for this concert would be great. It really would, Star. It really would. Yeah, that character, Estevez, she's great. I hope she turns up in Control 2 at some point. Hey there, Tylian. Good morning. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going? Hey, Ben Darren. How's things going for you? Hey, Dr. Casper. It will be, yeah. I'll be finishing this game today, and then I'll be jumping into the next one that I've got lined up. But yeah, we're definitely really close to the end here. Ben Darren, you think that was a clip? Oh yeah, that moment I'd forgotten that had happened. That whole moment with Saga being locked and the camera was locked into that position and spinning around. Star, that was something to see. I know, right? The pumpkin, that went well. Extremely well. Star, you want a t-shirt too, lady? Send me one. Exactly. Dr. Casper Darling, from your first playthrough when you didn't care about spoilers that much. Oh, you remember this part from my playthrough? Yeah. When you didn't care about spoilers that much. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different variables in this game that it can make for a little bit of a different experience depending. Star, she's creepy. Very. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those enemies are annoying too. Thanks for the GGs, Bandarin. Thanks for that, Star. And thanks for the GGs as well, Tylian. Casper, you're like, clicker? What is a clicker? I hadn't played the first game. Yeah, and now you know. Star, you wonder if that was Dark Ocean Summoning. That might be the name of the song, Star, I think. Yeah. Bandera, and there has to be a marketplace for that kind of thing, like an official one, a website, etc. You would think so. Like if streamers are actually wanting, so that's a different thing, right? Like if there's like if a streamer is advertising in their own stream that they want a graphics designer, that's one thing. Or as you say, if there's like a website where if streamers want that, I mean, there's that. What's that website called, Fiverr or something like that? But that's the better approach. If someone who's a graphics artist wants instant gratification, you're better off going to an actual website where people are actually asking for it. Not just go to some rando stream and hope that they'll say yes. So it's funny seeing people come into Brock's drawing stream he has on Sunday evenings, telling and saying he should let them do his emotes and whatnot when he is there drawing. Yeah, I think that is kind of a bit rude as well for them to do as well while he's doing that. I mean, like the better thing to do would be for the person after the stream is finished, or if that person has to go somewhere, send a whisper through and just say, hey, I was watching you doing that drawing stream. It was really, really cool. I had a fun time watching. I had to leave, to go do some things, so I couldn't stay for the rest of the stream. But, if you ever need any help with anything, but as we know, Brock is more than capable of doing his own artwork. So, so, he's fine on that front. Mr. Go to the end for the remake of the end. Exactly. And then the epilogue to the epilogue of the epilogue. You got to remember that. Thanks for the GGs, dude. Bandaran, you're good? You're no longer snowed in? Been shoveling snow, so now you can get to the mailbox again or even use the driveway. Well, that's great, Bandaran, to hear. I'm glad that you've been able to make that progress, because that would be so damn annoying. And, the simple act of checking your mail, like to not even be able to do that with all that snow, even that's, a frustration. So that's cool. Bill Pumpkin 1 did ask you if you're looking for graphics. You said no, and they still nagged you. Yeah, it's like if someone's going to say no, respect that too. It's just, yeah. Mr. Gote, graphic designer bots suck so bad. They really, really do. You're not wrong there. Hey, Danish. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Ascension. Alan Wake 2, Part 8. How's things, Danish? Bill Pumpkin, strange weather, raining during the night. Now at around 8 a.m. it's snowing. Oh, really? Jeez. It's like the weather can't make up its mind or something. Oh, before I continue on. All right. So how to word this without necessarily spoiling anything. All right. We're playing as Alan now. At this point, certain things have already been done. So if I had done these things in a different time, then the pacing of certain things would be different. But yeah, this is the end, Casper darling. Like we're getting close. Like it'll probably still take me another couple of hours to do it, but we're getting closer. You're going good, Danish. That's excellent. Really good to hear that. And as for me, I'm going really good. Having a good Friday.
I'd been here many times before. I didn't know how many. This felt different, like my last chance, if it wasn't already too late.
That's fair enough, Casper. You'll be lurking waiting for the next super mega secret game. Yeah, I like to, keep a bit of intrigue as to what's coming up on the channel.
Nobody lived here anymore. Was I too late?
Oh my god. I only just noticed this. Blessed Logistics and Transit. That's a company that's mentioned in Control. I only just noticed that on the box there. Hey there, E-Tone. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. I hope things are going well.
Scratch was in there, writing his horror story. There was still time to stop him. I needed to get inside.
The Pumpkin, same company. How did that happen? Yeah, like there's a company that's mentioned in Control a few times, and they have various like companies called Blessed. One is actually a film company. Okay, so I've got a scene for you, E-Tone. It's Cook. Mess up the bed. Remember, you had a good time with Sally. Open the door. Yeah? Where's Sully? In the shower. Who are you? Room service. Open the door. Move back a little. Hey, Sully! Stuff happens. You scared, motherfucker? Well, you should be, 'cause it's a Green Beret's gonna kick your big ass. I eat Green Berets for breakfast, and right now, I'm very hungry. I can't believe this macho bullshit. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you, asshole. These guys eat too much red meat. Where is she? Cook. Let's go. Thanks for redeeming that. That's from the movie Commando. That's a fight scene that's happening, by the way. Little Pumpkin Control, one of those you still need to play. You just keep getting obsessed with those 3 games and then takes ages to get to the other games. Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely fair and understandable as well. I know what that's like.
It won't end. Like a nightmare I can't wake up from. I thought I could contain Ellen in my photos, but I can't. The monster just keeps coming back. Every night. Like waves hitting the shore. I'm so tired. He's here all the time now. There's so much rage inside of him, I can't stand it anymore. God, I tried so hard. I can't. I can't. I have made a decision. Most of you won't understand. People call me an artist. But I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to show the world what I see. I can't keep going like I have been. It's time for a perspective shift. To go from photographer to subject. From artist to art.
Instead, Scratch tortured her until she couldn't stand it anymore. Until she broke. And all that time, she thought it was me. Scratch was still here. He hadn't escaped the dark place yet. He was scratching my edits out of return. No! I had seen this before. This was not Scratch. This was me. Caught in a loop. I had stopped myself trying to fix the manuscript. I was the one haunting Alice. It was always me. I killed her. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you're gone.
End of initiation.
Getting off this time.
We did bring Wake back from the dark place, with the song and the clicker. But he didn't end up here now. He landed on the shore after I faced Nightingale in the overlap. Hey! Are you okay?
No! It's my fault! He got out! With my face! Scratch!
That night I found Wake here. He appeared because of this. The summoning. That was Wake. Scratch wasn't pretending to be Wake. They're the same person.
He's here! Scratch! Watch out, Anderson!
Estevez, Scratch is Wake with the dark presence inside him. He wants the clicker. Change of plan. I'll lure him to the cell. When we're inside, lock it. And blast it with all you got. Hit him, Estevez!
He's too fast. Anderson, pin him down with gunfire for me to get the light on him.
On it!
Damn it. Anderson, we lost power.
Back in business.
I've already won.
Now, Estevez. The light. Ha! Got him. He's trapped. This is your shot, Anderson. Turn the lights. Lights are out.
Look out, Anderson!
Fucking prompt not appearing for me. Because we can't have the character know that they need to do something. We need the prompt on the screen for them to do it.
Make us proud, Saga!
Ah, it's back on.
You picked a family to mess with, devil!
Anderson.
Get him where it hurts, kiddo!
Estevez! Lights!
I got him trapped. Go, go, go! Got away!
I'll get it running. Just be ready.
That's one. Need to get the other one pointed in the cell as well.
You're gonna be...
I knew that would happen. I was just about ready to start shooting him.
He's too fast. Anderson, pin him down with gunfire for me to get the light on him.
On it!
Damn it. Anderson, we lost power. He's free. Lost the lights.
I'll fix it. We can hit him again.
Yes, Dagger! Anderson's warriors!
Would you fucking shoot when I press the shoot button? Fuck me dead.
We're back.
Now! I got him as long as we got power.
Anderson, I dropped gear for you.
We lost power. He's free.
Hang in there, Anderson.
He's too fast. Anderson, pin him down with gunfire for me to get the light on him.
On it.
Damn it. Anderson, we lost power.
We're back.
So that didn't work this time, even though it worked the other time. Fair enough, game. Whatever. Whatever helps you fucking sleep at night.
Use the light on him. Ha! Got him. He's trapped. This is your shot, Anderson. Turn the lights. Power is out. He's coming for you.
Anderson, he's coming.
Get away, hurts, kiddo! You're going down, devil! Our Dagger will crush you!
More ammo waiting. We're ready to roll now.
Got him. Get the light on him. Yes, got the bastard. We lost power. He's free.
Look out, Anderson!
Make us proud, Saga! We're here for you, Saga!
Back in business.
Trap him now. Got him. Shit, he's free. Lost the lights.
I'll get it running. Just be ready. Anderson.
Hey game, when I fucking equip something, fucking equip it. Huh? Maybe that might fucking help? Jesus fucking Christ.
He's too fast. Anderson, pin him down with gunfire for me to get the light on him.
On it.
Damn it. Anderson, we lost power.
Okay. We're back.
The lights, Estevez!
Got him. He's trapped. This is your shot, Anderson. Turn the lights. Lights are out.
Hang in there, Anderson.
Hurt him bad, Saga!
Anderson, there's more gear waiting.
Now, Estevez! I got him pinned. Hurry, Anderson. Got away.
I'll fix it. We can hit him again.
Need to rotate the lights.
Can we sprint, not fucking jog? That's another problem with this game. In a life or death situation, I'm fucking sprinting my fucking ass off, not fucking jogging around like I'm fucking on exercise week. Or take your fucking time Tuesday.
He's too fast. Shoot him to pin him down.
The lights are ready. Need to point the lights at the cell.
You got Viking blood in you, kiddo! Teach him a lesson!
Back in business.
Show him, kiddo! That's no car!
Now, Estevez. The lights.
Fool ya!
Got him. Got away.
I'll get it running. Just be ready.
Need to put those lights facing the south.
Anderson, I dropped gear for you.
Yeah! You're going down, devil!
He's back on.
Now. They got him trapped. Go, go, go. Shit. He's free. Lost the lights.
Now
Hang
I
in
need to
there,
get him in the
Anderson.
cell. Estevez, Casey, now!
I'm sorry.
Wait. Is it you?
I'm so sorry.
Did it work? Casey?
My Casey. Scratch.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, folks, but it's official. Tear Fest is canceled. Today, Bright Falls feels a little less bright.
Scratch doesn't realize he dropped the clicker. All I'll say is that I know the hand that grabbed that. Of course, because I've played the game before. Okay, I'll catch up on chat now during this song. E-Tone used to watch Commando religiously as a kid, lol. Yeah, I must say that I did see it a lot when I was young growing up as well. Although the version I saw was the television version, so there was a lot of stuff that wasn't in the edit. So it wasn't until I got older that I saw the actual uncut version. Hey there, Code. Good morning. Another snow day, maybe 50 centimeters of snow and more coming. Oh no, Code. Hopefully you've got things prepped enough to be able to be fine for that time. But yeah, that'd probably be very rough. E-Tone, I lied. Classic moment. Does sound like a bad goodbye before she does something. Well, hell. Yeah, you definitely called it, Star. Yeah, Van Darren. Bill Pumpkin also still going through Valhalla. Got a bit stuck now. No main story, only those side quests like building and stuff. Have no idea how to do some of these. Oh yeah, the stone things. Yeah, they're my least favorite activity to do in that game. Well, I'd have to say, first it would be Orlog. I hate playing that game in Valhalla. But then it would be the canstone, the actual stacking of them though. I like the dialogue that you hear, but not the actual stacking of the stone part. You do like Valhalla, but it really doesn't feel like Assassin's Creed game. Yeah, they do try their best to inject a lot of that feel, but it still doesn't quite hit that mark yet. Or hit that mark. Yeah, E-Tune. It's like, Mr. Scratch is trying to kill you. So what do to get away from him when you need to? Jog or run your fucking ass off? Brutus, if life and death requires you to sprint in real life, then you'll just accept death. You're just like, fine, whatever, just do it now. How's it going, Brutus? Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
Tom, we need to get to our next gig. We're doing this for you and our lovely saga. You take care of things on this side.
Don't screw it up, Tom!
I'd seen it all play out. Like a horror movie I'd been forced to watch. The Dark Presence held all the cards now.
Brutus, you're going great. Excellent. That's cool. 5 hours work week is finally over. You beat. How you doing? Well, I hope you can get some relaxation in now, Brutus. Definitely understandable to feel that way. I hope you can chill out and recover a bit. I'm doing well. It's good to be on Friday here. And as much as I do like this game in the ways in which it's good, it will be good to get to some other games as well. But yeah, the next playthrough of this will be in October. But it's been good to give it this attention as well, especially being able to incorporate the New Game Plus and all that kind of stuff. That was sarcasm. The hardest part of your week was driving home in the freezing rain. Ah, I see. Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. You know, driving in those conditions doesn't make things easy at all. Makes things a lot more dangerous and that. The pumpkin in the ways that it's good. Exactly, yeah. Despite the frustration at the gameplay mechanics being slow-ass when you're trying to do something important and you need the immediacy, it's not a good game in that sense. They really need to do a lot of work in patches to fix that stuff up.
Welcome back, Wake. You are Wake now, right? With the shadow out of you? Some good news, at least. Bad news is, I haven't seen a situation this fucked since the AWE in Eagle River. The shadow's now in Alex, and Anderson is gone. We need to figure out how to salvage this.
I'll do anything it takes to fix this, Agent Estevez. I'm the reason this is all happening.
It's never that simple. But I should have put you in a box and shipped you off to a containment facility the second I laid eyes on you. The only question now is, are you able to fix this?
I can try.
Not the most encouraging answer, but we'll make it work.
Sometimes it takes me a while to notice things, but is it just me, or is the facial animations on characters during gameplay really, really like a step up from what you see in games usually? Like, for example, Estevez's reactions. You know in games how a character will just stand there and wait for a prompt, and they'll just stand there blinking, and then they'll start to just talk, and their eyes don't necessarily go and do much stuff. Like Estevez is sort of like rolling her eyes and like looking around and, you know, going like that at the same time. Now, the reason I say I'm only just noticing this now is because it's not until other elements are not in focus with my mind that I actually recognize these kinds of things. So this probably isn't I'm not saying this is the first game to do this, but I'm really impressed with how character models in the gameplay are so expressive when talking as well. Code have some general things still, so it's the meme. It's fine. It's okay. Now, in that context, Code, the fire would put out or melt the snow. So it would be a solution, maybe.
Scratch. The Dark Presence inside Casey. It threw Saga into the lake. If she ends up in the dark place, she could be there forever. It took me 13 years to get out. Zane never did.
Tor and Odin went in after her, right? Maybe they'll get her out. With the power of rock and roll.
I saw them when I was trapped there. They performed in my musical.
I'm immediately less optimistic about this.
What's the situation?
I've never seen an entity break a bureau containment unit like that. And now the Dark Presence is occupying Agent Casey? When it attacked him in the woods, it must have been preparing for this.
And now he has the clicker. Scratch will go to Bright Falls and use the clicker to bring about the horrific ending he wrote for Return. But I can still fix this.
How?
Scratch must have the manuscript. If I can read the ending, I can rewrite it. I need to go after him.
Well, you won't get very far without these. This plan is a real Hail Mary, Wake. I wish I could help, but this is all on you. I got you every kind of weapon we have available. Don't fuck it up.
I needed a car. The FBI vehicle would be at the parking lot.
There has been elements of Alan Wake 1's music in this game, of course, but I really like how they pay homage to that. And structurally, this story has a lot of similarities to Alan Wake 1. Like, in Alan Wake 1, Alan has to read the last page of the manuscript to make sure that he knows how the story needs to end. In this game, he needs to get the manuscript page off of Scratch so he knows how to write the ending, you know. But this game uses those elements in a good way, whereas sometimes it might be lazy writing to repeat some similar elements like that.
I was awake again, clear-headed for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. I was back exactly where I left. A dark forest outside Bright Falls. A gun in one hand, a flashlight in the other. Haunted by my own writing. Alice taken from me. I knew what I had to do. Stop the horror story from coming true. Stop the Dark Presence.
Never over! Once of the night! The Black Mirror! Be it all! Plus the deep!
Casper, nice jacket, Alan. Did you steal it from Claire Redfield? Nice call there, Casper. Nice call. And in both cases, it's a motorcycle jacket. And Casper, no, the secret game is not a Resident Evil one. Just in case you might have been thinking that. But to be fair, I only thought of that because I thought, oh, maybe you might be thinking, now how can I get him to reveal, or how can I get the reveal of what the next game is?
The dark presence went into me. When I was pulled back here, crossing over weakened it, made it dormant. I couldn't remember what had happened, but I could feel it, getting stronger, waking up. I thought it was hunting me, closing in. It was inside me the whole time, and then it took over. Turned me into scratch.
Hello there, Ryu. How's things, dude? Awesome, Ryu. That's great to hear, dude. I don't know if you saw any of it, Ryu, but they released some gameplay of the new Indiana Jones game. Sorry, that they're doing. And it's coming out this year, which I wasn't expecting, because I thought, oh yeah, maybe it might take another year. But nope, it's coming out this year sometime. I mean, it could always get delayed, obviously, but...
I had to get to Bright Falls. See this through to the end.
Ryu should be better than the new movie. Yeah, I don't think I'll see the new one. I mean, I already watched spoiler reviews for it, so I know what happens at the end of the movie, and I'm just like, no. I mean, Crystal Skull isn't a great movie, but I think it's better than the new one. But yeah, but no, the game looks really interesting. So it's first person when you're running around, when you're walking, and when you're shooting and using the whip and fighting. But when you're actually traversing things, like climbing up stuff or swinging across things with the whip, it actually goes into the third person mode, which initially when I didn't know that, I thought, I don't know about a fully first-person Indiana Jones game, but it does go to third person during certain things as well. It's set between Raiders and Last Crusade as well, and Troy Baker is actually playing Indiana Jones, and they got the likeness for Harrison Ford, so it's Harrison Ford's likeness, but Troy Baker is playing Indiana Jones, which I thought was a good pick. I never considered him for Indiana Jones for any new games that they might do, but I think he's a good fit.
I brought Saga Anderson into this story to help me escape. She succeeded. It cost her everything. I'd used Alex Casey in my writing for years. The real Casey had been drawn here because of that. Now he was a victim too. Saga, Casey, Alice, all this horror originates from me. It's my fault. Scratch had to be stopped. I've driven down this road before. Been driving on it forever. If Scratch had brought the dark place here, this would take me back inside. In 2010, I dived in, a leap of faith for Alice, with no idea that the cost would be a nightmare worse than death. It had taken me 13 years to get out. Now Alice was dead, because of me. And I was going to make that leap again, this time knowing the cost all too well. Another way to look at it, I had brought the dark place here with me. I never had gotten out. Maybe after this I finally could. It was a fool's hope. I had no choice. I had to do it. That didn't make me any less terrified. Fuck it. This is not what I expected.
Yeah, that's very interesting and a good way to work around the fact that Harrison Ford is super old now. It is. Yeah, it really is. And, you know, I wasn't sure if they were going to go with his likeness or not, but I think it's good that they did as well. Yeah, that's a plot element, Ryu. Yeah.
Wake deftly tricks the reader into believing the cult of the tree is this.
Alan Wake's latest novel, Return, is breaking every literary record in existence.
A spellbinding tour de force.
The worlds and characters echo each other in unique and surprising ways.
The tragedy of Saga losing her family is a blatant commentary on
the old gods of Asgard are back. Wake clearly knows what his fans want to see.
I could see the round windows of the writer's room in the photo. That's where I had to go, to rewrite the ending of Return.
It's a sick, sick story. And I've nothing to die for.
Hogan, is there any actual book by Alan Wake? No, not in real life that I know of. Maybe Our Lives are written by Alan Wake.
Room to stop this horror story.
And Ryu, Our Lives are written by Alan Wake.
This was an obsessive, egocentric nightmare, all revolving around a vain monster of a writer and his final divine work of art, the novel Return come true. It wouldn't stop here. It would keep spreading.
The pumpkin. Would be cool if someone wrote a book after this game.
I needed to reach the writer's room. Write a new conclusion. Was Scratch's insecure need for fame, for praise, drawn from my psyche? I would bring his sick fantasy crashing down around him.
Ryu, this is not reality. Not reality. This is reality. I love that movie. I haven't seen it for a very long time, though. He sees you. Yeah? Tell him I said hi. I have to. He wrote me this way. There we go.
Alice? What was that? Alice was dead. Was this a trap? Or was Scratch torturing me?
Code, sound of doorbell. Hi, this is reality. Wake up to reality. Every morning we knock on your door to wake you up. Just want to point out, this is the New Game Plus mode, and there's actually a different ending. So there's elements that even I won't know until we get to them.
Shit, Scratch! Got the fuck up! Fuck! Fuck off! Fuck!
Wrong way, go back. Don't collect $200. Ryu, and kick you in the balls and slap you in the face. That's right. Hey Afro, welcome on in. Indiana Jones game trailer drop. Looks great, but it's first person, so boo-hoo. Yeah, I saw the trailer for it, Afro. At first, I was like, a first person Indiana Jones game. But when I found out that that it switches to third person during certain things, I thought to myself, well, that's not that bad then, if it at least does that. But yeah, if you want a purely third person Indiana Jones game, then you're not getting it with the new one. But I'm on board with the game. I think it's interesting. It's going to be cool, and I was happy that Troy Baker was cast because I mean, he wasn't someone that I would have thought of. If you asked me, who do you think should play Indiana Jones in a game, he wouldn't have been someone that I would have said. But when I found out, and then when I heard him in the trailer, I'm like, yeah, he's a good fit. I think his voice can fit the character well. So, Little Pumpkin, you started a no death challenge for Tomb Raider Anniversary. Tried 4 times, still not done. You thought it would be easier. Well, you were wrong. I hate when that happens, though. And then sometimes there's things that you forget that the game throws at you. And it's not necessarily difficult normally, but when you have that pressure that you've got of not dying, then you're like, Afro Troy Baker is a very safe bet. Like with him, you know you're getting quality. Yeah. And I could see that some people might be like, oh, of course he'd get the role, but I mean, better than Chris Pratt getting the role. I've always been against him being cast as Indiana Jones in anything. He always gets his name put up by people, but I'm just like, no. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah, yeah. I don't think so. Maybe in an audiobook, but not as, not live action or anything like that.
Shit, Scratch! Fuck off! Shut the fuck up! Fuck! Fuck off!
Get your butt in here, Alan. It's safe here.
Rose. What a
We're
Rose.
safe in the light, Alan. For now. But he's very pushy.
Rose, right? From the diner. How are you here?
I'm here to save you, silly. I got your instructions. I found every hidden message you left for me. In the radio, in the wind, in the forums on my Alan Wake fan site.
What? No, Rose, I haven't been leaving you any messages.
Oh, I get it. Yes, Alan, only a crazy person would think you've been leaving them secret messages. Wink. But now you need to get your butt upstairs, Alan. This shit won't right itself, no matter what William Shakespeare said.
Right. Thank you, Rose. I'll do what I can.
The pumpkin, indeed. It's the anxiety of don't die that makes you do silly mistakes you never actually do normally. Yeah, yeah. As you said, it's like I just forget which buttons to press to continue. Then I'm like, what the fuck? How did this happen? Yeah, yeah. I've definitely been there too. Like you just you've played it before, but you just for some reason under that pressure you accidentally go the wrong way, or you jump instead of just dodge or something. You still remember when Chris Pratt's casting as Mario caused some uproar among the fans? The movie turned out fine, thankfully. Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing, too, as well. He's not the first choice, and it's so funny, like, usually when you see, like, people on Facebook or whatnot, the comments usually go like this. Let's use an example. It's like, I don't think Chris Pratt should have been cast. And then someone's like, oh, did you expect a stereotypical Italian accent, did you? And it's like, well, I mean, define stereotypical. Is stereotypical the actual way that that accent sounds, or is stereotypical the comedic version of how that sounds? You know what I mean? Like, if you had Mario, and let's have, let me do a scene from a movie. What movie can I just pull out? I know. Actually, no. Different movie. Let's go old school a bit. All right, so let's go down. If I get a scene from a movie. All right, now if anyone has seen the original Super Mario Brothers movie that they made in 1993, the actor who was cast to play Mario, Bob Hoskins, if you actually look at the movie, he does a great job as Mario. Maybe in a better Mario movie, it would have been even better. Sorry, Rose. I'm going to have to mute you there for a bit. But let's have a look. See if I can find some dialogue from the Super Mario Brothers movie that actually has more than just one line to it. Okay, so here we go. All right. in that movie, you have a scene where Mario and Luigi are being asked their names. Okay, so the scene goes, name, Mario. Last name, Mario. And you, Luigi. Luigi? No, Luigi Mario. Okay, how many Marios are there between the two of you? 3. Mario, and Luigi Mario. They don't say that in the movie that way. If you actually see the movie, they don't do that. All right. Now I'm obviously doing that for comedic effect, right? But that's not how they made Mario sound in that Mario movie. So when I say that I don't think Chris Pratt was a good choice for Mario, that does not mean that I want Mario to have that kind of like approach in a movie, you know. But if you look at dialogue that's longer than that, let's ignore the fact that this dialogue I'm about to say is actually multiple characters. But let me actually just say some dialogue and do the thing. So it's like, are you okay? I got a few problems. Well, you know, we got a van. It's nice. No, I'm asking you if you want to ride. Oh, but it's broken though. Well, your name's Daisy, isn't it? I overheard your name's Daisy. Like, you can't expect the character with long dialogue to talk that way, you know, the whole time. So if you're going to do like a Mario movie, and the movie, you know, I haven't seen it myself yet, but it's one of those movies that has done well, and if all the other elements are things that I would like, then Chris Pratt being Mario wouldn't be a major issue anymore, you know. Just use it as an example. But yeah, there's a difference between doing something stereotypically in a comedic way and stereotypically in just a normal standard way. It's like when I do my Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. You know, when Arnold is talking, he doesn't go, one, two, I'll have two pizzas. He doesn't talk like that, you know. That's a stereotypical comedic joking way to actually do the Schwarzenegger impression. Now, if you're doing it for comedic effect, then you would do the all the time. So when does Arnie actually do the If you see a movie where his character is supposed to be in pain, like he's getting tortured, that's the kind of stuff that you would hear from him. So when people do impressions of Arnie and they want to be comedic with it, they add those in, because when people hear that, it's like, oh yeah, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, that's the thing that he does. But it's not. It's like with Sylvester Stallone. Like Rocky doesn't go, he doesn't do that, you know. He just does that as Rocky. If you actually listen to him talk, he actually is very succinct with his words and all that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, that's just an example of different ways to sort of like do a voice where you're doing it for parody or comedic effect, or if you're doing it seriously. So if I was going to do a serious impression of Arnold saying something seriously like, yeah, one day I was walking down the street and I saw my friend get murdered. Seeing that, it changed my life forever. You know, like saying something like that. That's a serious dialogue about a serious thing that happens, you know. So if you were doing an impression of Arnold and you were doing something serious, that's what you would do. But if you're doing something funny like, look at the pizza, flying in the air, you do that, you know. So Pumpkin, as you said, it's like you... Oh, sorry, I already read that part. You mean it's Tomb Raider Anniversary. You can play it in your sleep. No death challenge. You're a derp. And that can be something that, you know, if you feel frustrated and annoyed, it's definitely understandable. We were never going to learn from that uproar fans had over Michael Keaton being cast as Batman. That's true. That's true, you know, like, people had only seen him in comedies. So when he was cast as Batman, they thought, oh, what, you're going to do the 60s show again, but, you know, in the 80s? But that's not the approach that they were taking, and he showed that he could actually do something that wasn't a comedy, Brutus, that was such an odd movie. It really was, Brutus. I remember seeing it at the movies when it came out, and I was 10, probably 9 years old, turning 10. So all the stuff that I would normally look at that movie now and say, oh, this is terrible, that I was just like, wow, this is so cool, seeing Mario on the screen. But years later and stuff, when I watched it again, because it was a fair while, like I watched it when it came out, and I probably watched it on video a couple of times, a year or two maybe after it came out. But there was a big chunk of time where it was like, I don't know, 10 years or something when I had seen it last, and I saw it and I was like, oh my God, what the hell? Oh God, granted the 90s Mario movie had problems of its own, though in retrospect it's not the worst thing. No, well that's true as well. You can sort of look at it now as just like a funny time capsule of a movie, it was just one of those things. Code, let's just say Chris has been in enough movie characters. That's true. Yeah, like an actor can overstay their welcome as an actor in stuff, you know. I mean, it's good for them because, more money, but sometimes oversaturation can be a thing. And it can work against them as well too. And they can find it hard to break out of that. Like if you see an actor like, Robin Williams was a great example. Was he a great comedian? Abso-fucking-lutely. He was like a master at it. But was that his scope? Was that the only thing that he could do? No. He was also a very, very good actor. He could take material that was serious and really give it depth and weight, and you really, really feel, Good Will Hunting, for example, that is a phenomenal performance in that movie, So you get these actors that have a whole range that they can do as well. So that also helps them because they can get a wide variety of projects as well. But then again, it all comes down to the individual. You might want to be like if you're wanting to be an actor, you might want to be that actor that just does the same kind of roles and be fine with it because a lot of actors have made a living being a character actor. Bruce Campbell, for example, he's been in a lot of movies. He's a character actor and he's one of those actors that, yeah, if he likes the project, he'll do it. If there's something in there that he can, that he can chew on, something like that, then I'm sure that, he'd be fine with that, even if it's a smaller budget thing, you know what I mean? So you get these actors that follow that trajectory and they're happy with it, but then you get some actors that are frustrated by that. So, hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. How's things going for you today? E-Tone, most people overdo it, lol. They do. They really do, which is fine if you're doing it for comedy, but if you're trying to do that's why when I do my impressions of Schwarzenegger when it's redeemed, I usually try and just do it that way, try to get the impression done in a serious sort of way. I wonder if the people doing me love it when I get hurt. That's a good point, actually, Ryu. Because, yeah, if you watch a movie like Total Recall, for example, when he's strapped in the chair, and he's trying to break free and all that, you can hear him do the, sort of stuff. Little Pumpkin, last time you tried, you died at the same place as the one previous time. But no, not really enjoyed. You just laugh at your own silliness. It's fun, but you really do not know how you get past that tower in the Great Pyramid where Lara is at the bottom. Yeah, that's a tough one, Little Pumpkin, that whole area. That's going to be difficult. That was a game that I looked at doing. The only challenge run I've done of that game so far is a no healing one, where I couldn't heal at all, even in the motorcycle levels. Same with the Street Fighter movie. That's true. Yeah, the Street Fighter movie as well. Brutus, to you, Robin Williams showed you what a great actor he was in the movie Insomnia. That is a really good movie, Brutus. I saw it much later. In fact, it was probably between maybe 2014 and 16, I think, that I saw it for the first time. And I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great movie. And he also plays sadistic, killer very well as well. Code, one of your regrets is not seeing Robin Williams live. You had actually a chance as you visited a relative near place, but shite. Yeah, Code, that's the thing, right? Like, when I hear that certain people have come to Australia to do something, I'm like, oh man, I wish I knew beforehand that they were doing it and be able to get there, The early video game movies pre-2000s definitely have that special quality that you can't really replicate and get away with now. That's true. Yeah, if someone was to take the same approach to Street Fighter as like, yeah, if they were to take that approach, like if someone's going to do Metal Gear Solid as a movie and they did that approach, it would be it would be like, nah, what the fuck are you doing? You know, why is Solid Snake literally turning into a snake? And, you know, why is, you know, that happening? It'd be like, no.
Upstairs. The writer's room must be in the attic. That's where the windows were.
Just want to have a look around for a bit.
We'll loop around and come together, Tom. I have put everything ready for the visitors. I'll come to wash the floor of your room next. All you need is water and Vileda. Water is the oldest bulb. Water finds its way. What water brings, it takes away. It can be clean or dirty. It can give life or drown it.
Ahti. I didn't expect to see you here, but it makes sense. Can you help me find my way? One last time.
Now there's a devil in the fish trap. Don't be spooked by it so that shit won't start beating your underpants. Okay. I'll get the door open for you, Tom.
That's one of my favorite Artie quotes.
There you go. The matter is a stake. Now comes the end of the rhyme.
Thank you, Ahti.
Before I go through that door, though, I just want to check this stuff here. No. You know what's hilarious? The 2021 Mortal Kombat movie actually feels closer to the kind of adaptation the 90s Mario and Street Fighter movies were, whereas the 95 movie feels more like the type of adaptation you get now. Yeah, there's always that interesting sort of mirroring and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, they really took a very serious approach to that movie, and it definitely paid off.
I was here. I needed to write the ending. I only had one chance to get this right. I needed an ending that took everything already in return and extended it into a conclusion that would save us. Only the perfect ending would work.
Hey there, Geskra. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well.
Return's ending was an eternal deerfest that would keep spreading. Given time, Scratch would plunge the world into his nightmare. I had to stop that from happening. I had to write one more chapter for Return. A perfect ending that would save us all. I was the only one who could write it. Everything depended on this. On me. Any second now, Scratch would burst through that door to stop me. Every plot thread dangled in my brain. It suddenly felt impossible. Something stirred in the room, coming to me. An idea.
Mortal Kombat 2021 had this bizarre concept like the dragon logo tattoos, plus then coming up with a new character Cole. Whereas with the Mortal Kombat 95, they pretty much adapted the game in a way that is faithful to the lore, but it's a pretty conventional way nowadays. That's true, yeah. Those concepts are, very like, why kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you've already got so many characters to choose from. It is Geskra, yeah. Yeah, we're actually, heads up as well, we're actually in the end final part of it. This is the new Game Plus mode as well that I'm doing. And yeah, we're almost done. That's okay, Geskra, that's understandable. Yeah, I just thought before I'd go ahead, I'd let you know that we're right at the end. But I definitely appreciate you popping in. It's good to see you in chat. When I finish the game, I'll actually be streaming again, so I'll be streaming something else. I'll probably have like a short break between, but yeah, I'll be back with something else after I finish this game. So, but thanks for popping in, Geskra, muchly appreciated. Crooked, how's AW2 going today? Doing good, thanks. Just woke up not too long ago and gonna make some apple waffles for breakfast. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds really cool. I hope you enjoy that. Hope you had a good rest as well. It Pardon me, it's going. It's going. I've had some rage moments because of gameplay errors that have been happening and stuff, but overall it's been going good though.
Right. The ending has to fit the genre if it's going to work. In a horror story, there's only victims and monsters. If there is Arrow, they will ultimately pay a heavy price.
I won't let the horror story take Logan and Casey. They were dragged into this. They need to survive. Non-negotiable.
Not just them. We need to try to save everyone.
The ending will have to be dark no matter what. The more people we save, the greater the cost. And the hero must pay the price.
The scales always need to balance.
Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Little Pumpkin, Rod Rage. I actually have an emote. It's one that I've had for a while, but I decided to have a stronger focus on what emotes I wanted to keep as like standardized ones. And I've got one here that can act as one. It is a subscriber only emote though, but I wanted to see if I have it. Yeah, I've also got it as a BTTV emote one. Whoops. I didn't mean to pin that message up the Sorry, Geskra. I accidentally pinned a message of yours up to the top of chat. So I just wanted to get it off there. So your message was only deleted because I pinned it. But yeah, I should because yeah, that's the BTTV version of it, the Rage emote. Code apple pieces or jam? Apple pieces or jam? That is the question.
Something felt different. I'd never seen myself in a vision before, but it fit. Saga and I were both at the center of this story. She was now my co-author. This was the beginning of the end. We were characters in a horror story, charging blindly towards the finale. We still didn't have everything we needed. This would not work without the clicker.
No!
What's going on? Am I in the field office? No. It's the mine place. Nothing's working. I can't think straight. My work, it's all gone. What the hell is happening? I can't sense anyone. I can't leave. Why can't I leave? Where is everything? The Dark Presence took over Casey, stole the clicker from me. The last thing I remember is him throwing me into Cauldron Lake.
I'm in the dark place. I'm lost. I don't know how to get out. I don't know what to do.
That wasn't me. Was it? What? Failed who? What's happening to the case board? The board says I failed them. Who's them?
I let everyone down. Logan, Casey, myself. This is my fault. My daughter is dead. My partner was taken over by a monster. I'm trapped in the dark place. Powerless.
I'm not powerless. What is happening here? This isn't me. Logan, I neglected my family for my job. I was too thrilled by the cases, the mysteries. I liked how dangerous the work was. And now that danger has destroyed my family. It killed my daughter. No. Casey. Casey depended on me, and I let him down. I wasn't watching his back. I got wrapped up chasing the wrong lead. He needed me. Now he's turned into a monster. He needed me. Something's very fucking wrong here.
Scratch took Casey, and it's my fucking fault. I'm a terrible mother. I let my daughter die. I'm a failure. This is what I deserve.
The story.
My life, my family is just part of a book.
Another white asshole deciding what I get to do, how I get to do it. He took my daughter from me.
I'll never be free of this story from him.
He used her.
She's not dead. God damn it.
No! I'm done with this. It just keeps coming back. Casey was being corrupted, and I did nothing. Scratch was Wake. How could I miss that? Why is this happening? Wait, what?
I want to go home.
Night Springs. Logan and David love that show. Their weekly ritual.
If we watch this long enough, Sadako will appear out of the well, and then you'll get a phone call. Just kidding.
There's no way out.
Imagine if when I said that someone somewhere around the world, either watching this live now or in the VOD, actually heard their phone ring. If so, I'm sorry for freaking you out. I just thought of that then. Like, I mean, you never know.
This case. This room. Is any of it even real?
But hey, that's how time works. You know, time is relative. After all, you can watch something that was filmed 20 years ago, and when something happens in the movie, that thing could happen in your life, like, you know, a phone ringing or a knock on the door or something.
Please, Mom, help.
Casey was hurt. I should have been watching his back. I never should have trusted these. This isn't... What?
Little Pumpkin Lol Rod, what did you do? But just imagine how many people would actually get a ring. Yeah, it'd be like, what the fuck? Oh my god! What the hell?
It feels like I'm trapped in a nightmare. Stuck in an echo chamber with all my fears, my doubts, my insecurities. That's not... No.
There's no way out.
It was so obvious the Koskela brothers were behind the cult. The cult was just the beginning of the spiral. What? No.
Mom, where are you?
Nope, nope, nope.
I've had it with you cultist maniacs.
I never should have left Casey at the hotel by himself. Logan. The horror story used her.
Little Pumpkin, you don't know if you should stream Hellblade 2 the first time or play it alone. Will you stream it? That's the thing. As long as it's an Xbox exclusive, unless I find a workaround, another Xbox app,
No way out.
another Xbox app that lets me actually stream it that way. Because when I actually stream with the Xbox app that I have, there's a control panel that you can't get rid of if the game is in full, if the app, sorry, is in full screen, and so I would need it in full screen to actually stream newer games. So the control panel would be visible on the screen the whole playthrough. So either that or I wait until it comes out on the PlayStation, which might take a while because I think it's Xbox exclusive for a bit as well. So if it comes to it, I might just have to play it offline myself, as in like for a first experience, and then eventually when I can actually stream it.
I spent too much time away from Logan.
Logan, that sucks. What about Steam? It'll be there too. Yeah, so it should be on that, I think, maybe, or no, it might not be as well. I'm not too sure.
There's no way out.
Come on. I hate this, but it's all true. I had tried to silence these thoughts, focus on the case, but I can't escape them anymore. I'm drowning. I need a way out before I'm dragged under.
Oh yeah, Little Pumpkin for sure. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be spoiled by anything with that game when it comes out. It's available on Steam for sure. You already have it wished. Oh, good. Well, that's good then.
No. There has to be a way out. I need a way out. Oh, God. None of this is real. I've lost it. I'm not even here. The mind place isn't real. A case about supernatural darkness. I'm having a full-on psychotic break. I dragged Logan away to a tin can in Watery. She's dead because of me. There has to be a way out. I need a way out. It's over. There's no point trying. Everything is lost. There's no way out. No way to fix this. There's no way out. I'm stuck here forever. Just me and my past. My guilt. My mistakes. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm stuck. But this is my mind place. My mind. Everything I need is here. It has to be. Oh! The lights! No. No. I'm not giving up. Focus, Saga. The answers I need are here somewhere. I just have to look. I am honored by this award. Thank you. While our agency must continue to improve, the work we do here, protecting communities, pursuing the truth, it's the most important work there is.
Hey Mom, I made you a charm bracelet for good luck. I made a matching one for me, so bring me back something cool from Washington.
Little Pumpkin, really don't mind to see at least some of the playthrough for games. You even checked a bit for Hellblade 1, but not for Hellblade 2 nor the new Tomb Raider. But man, Hellblade is now your favourite game, and you feel like you're cheating on Lara. Tomb Raider used to be your fave. You're so conflicted. Yeah, I mean, that can happen. I mean, like, I still like, for example, Siphon Filter, but Splinter Cell, when I got into that took over from Siphon Filter, because when I first played Splinter Cell, I was like, cool, this is like the next step up from what Siphon Filter was like, you know. I mean, they are very different when you look at them, but in terms of like stealth action games, Splinter Cell felt like a true like evolution, especially because it was a PS2 Xbox original generation title, you know, whereas the first three Siphon Filter ones were a PS1 generation series of games. And so the transition that series made into the PS2 era wasn't as good as how Splinter Cell burst onto the scene as, you know. But I still like Siphon Filter, the first 3 games. But yeah, Splinter Cell definitely overtook that. Ryu, nothing wrong with loving both. You're the dude who loves Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Exactly, Ryu, yeah. Yeah. Duality and duology is definitely something that is a thing.
Scratch was too much for us. I should have made KC stay behind.
Stop blaming yourself, Anderson. A knife in the arm is just part of the job. If you're gonna keep fussing, you can get the hell out. But leave the whiskey. Oh, really, Anderson? The Soul Shaker? We've come to this? You loosened the top while I was getting the napkins? Didn't you? Ah, it's in my pockets. It's in my shoes. Stop laughing.
The Soul Shaker memory. I love it in the movie Dumb and Dumber where, I can't remember if it's Harry or Lloyd, throws a salt shaker behind their shoulder and hits someone.
I saw this online and it made me think of you. Okay, what are you doing? Don't make a big deal out of it, Mom. No hugs, no hugs.
Good Pumpkin, you do love a few games, but there's some hierarchy still. Hellblade above Tomb Raider, is that right? Hey, there's definitely nothing wrong with having like a hierarchy of what you prefer over something else.
Hey. Just calling to say thanks for your note. Oh, sometimes I just get in my head too much. So, thanks for pulling me out. You're really the best, Mom. Really. Okay. Talk soon. My badge. Never should have taken this case.
Fuck, no!
No. This is all real. I know it is. The FBI will kick me out. I'll have nothing.
What the fuck?
I'm not a perfect mom, but I'm doing my best. Logan was just being nice when she gave me that mug. I never deserved her.
No, no, no!
Casey trusts me. I know he does. I'll just let him down again.
I can't do this!
It's not too late.
Fuck, no! No matter what I do, someone will get hurt. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid.
I'm my own worst enemy. The fears in my head are stopping me from trying. From leaving.
I can't do this!
Logan isn't anyone's plot device. She's my daughter. And she's not dead.
Dead! She's dead! I didn't save her. No, no, no!
With Hogan, true, but you still feel you're doing something wrong, lol. And the weirdest thing is that you feel this for games. It's not even real people, but you suppose that shows how much we can actually appreciate and enjoy games. It becomes a real experience, not just something virtual. Yeah, yeah, and there's definitely parts of our brain that know it's a fictional thing that we're experiencing, but the parts of our brain that respond to um, stimuli like, if we see something that we perceive to be sad, we feel sad. So in a movie that we're watching that we're really invested in, when we see something that is a sad event, it makes us sad, you know. But if we look back, we go, oh, that was a great scene. Our brain that knows it was just a movie kicks back in evaluating what we saw, and we're like, oh yeah, that was a very sad moment, when that happened in the movie.
It's okay to be afraid. But I can't let this end here.
I can't. I just want it to stop.
Giving up won't make this stop. Logan needs me. Casey needs me.
What the fuck?
I've made mistakes. I'll make more. But I can do better. And I can start by leaving this room.
I'm afraid it will hurt. But nothing will hurt more than not trying to save them.
It will hurt. But I will fight.
Bill Hogan, indeed, they did studies about do we become violent because of games, and it suggested that people still know it's not really real. Yeah. This idea that if someone plays or watches something violent, that automatically makes them feel that they need to be violent, is just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because violence is not something that is only depicted in movies and video games and whatever. It's also something that we can see every night on the television, or most nights on the television. Such and such got into a fight, such and such was killed, such and such was shot, such and such was stabbed. These sorts of things where violence is always happening. I mean, right now, unfortunately, there's some violence happening, and it's one of those things where it's like violent things being noticed or seen does not make the people seeing them become violent, So this idea that video games cause violence is ridiculous. If anyone plays GTA, for example, and feels like going out and robbing a car, well, it's not the game's fault that they decided to do that. They're still making the decision at the end of the day to do something like that. So that, in a way, makes the person seem like they can just, oh well, it was the game's fault. Therefore, they don't have to suffer any consequences because of their actions. Because it was the game that did it. It wasn't them that decided to go and take the action. That's a very good. So all the people raging with games make kids violent is kind of irrational. Still, perhaps some do get affected. Yeah. But there's definitely other things that are coming into play in those respects. And if you wanted to really, really dive deep into a lot of stuff, there's definitely other elements that could be the thing that initiated things. Very good comparison. We have been exposed to seeing violence on screen for decades already. Exactly. And we know that it's something that every human is capable of doing. It's just that, hopefully, most people have that sense of, this is the wrong thing to do, so I won't do it kind of thing. And yes, if you're mentally ill, games won't make you like that. Exactly. Yeah. So there's just all these other elements that are the things that make these things happen or go towards it. But you can't just isolate video games or movies and exposure to them and say that is the thing that caused it. And then punish other people. And this is the other thing, right? If you were to say that video games cause violence, and if anyone committed a violent act, then video games should be banned. But what about all the people who don't commit violence? Especially playing video games that are violent. So you're going to say, okay, you can't play that game because, some idiot played it and then they went and did something. It's ridiculous.
I'm so close. The dark place wants me to hate myself. But I just need to get inside my own head.
God damn it!
The dark place tried to trap me here. The only way to leave is facing it head-on. Wake called it a nightmare. I need to dive into that nightmare and find a way back home.
Even better comparison, people in the Middle Ages and even earlier did extreme things in wars or punishment. Lol. Exactly, Little Pumpkin. It's not a thing where violence only became a thing when video games were invented, you know.
Saga, wake up.
The payphone was ringing. Somehow I knew the call was for me. Hello?
It's me again. You need to go to the statue at Parliament Tower Plaza. To make your ending come true, you will need what's inside the shoebox there.
The ending? A shoebox? Who is this?
Na 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 na. Mm-hmm.
Agent Anderson. Is that really you? Sorry, this place likes to play tricks.
Sheriff Breaker? What happened to you? How did you end up in the dark place?
I was brought here. Snatched away from the morgue by a man named Warland Dorr. Been trying to piece it together for... well, it feels like a long time now.
Who is this Dorr person?
He's here. Somewhere. I've been seeing his face in my dreams for years. This whole thing is insane. But he is much more than he seems. He's connected to all of this.
I need to get to Parliament Tower Plaza. Do you have any idea where it is?
This place, it's like trying to find your way around in a dream. I've been trying to map it, but it keeps looping, shifting. Like there are many versions stacked on top of each other. There is a page. Describes Dorr finding his way through this place. I tried to follow the steps, but no luck.
Can I see that page, Tim?
Of course. In fact, it's the page I tried to give you back in the morgue in Bright Falls. Huh. Now that I think about it, maybe Dorr brought me here to keep you from reading it. Here. I'm gonna keep looking for Dorr. The closer I get, the closer I feel to waking up. I need to find the man behind the curtain.
Warland Dorr walked across the rain-slicked tiles of Caldera Street Plaza. He stopped at the door to the construction yard. A poster for his talk show hung there. He stepped through, willing it to take him to Parliament Tower Plaza.
I know what I need to do. The door to Parliament Tower Plaza was at the construction yard.
I don't remember this. And I'm sure that I would have noticed them the last 2 times I got to this point in my playthroughs. There's no dialogue here. I wonder if that's a glitch or something. Then again, it could also be a result of the New Game Plus as well.
I made it. I need to get up to the street and find that statue.
I wish you weren't my mom. I hate you. You let me drown. You pushed me.
Enough already. The clicker. And some kind of bullet. Shining with light. How did the clicker get here from Washington?
Yeah, I think this is a glitch, Odin and Tor actually being here. Because you can't interact with them, they don't say anything when you get near to them, so... The phone again. Yes?
Hello. You don't know me, but you need to listen.
Hold on. How did you know the clicker would be there?
This is important. Alan's lost. He doesn't have the ending. He needs your help to finish the story.
How am I supposed to help him from here? Okay. I'm in the dark place. Wake is in Washington. I could talk to him in overlaps before. My mind place is more powerful than I ever knew. I can try to contact him.
Before I look at that, oh yeah, this about the Anderson brothers was already unlocked. Can't access that stuff yet.
Warland Dorr walked across the rain-slicked tiles of Caldera Street Plaza. The rain didn't seem to touch him. He sensed his steps were being observed, documented into the story. He allowed it, this one time for this one reason, to be passed on by his unwilling disciple, to read at the right time. The ocean that was the dark place took the shape of New York City, drawn for the mind of Alan Wake, in part for the writer to navigate his prison, in part to torment him as he struggled to find his way out. Dorr was not bound by the rules as Wake was. He came and went as he pleased. For now, Dorr entertained the writer's fantasy, for a purpose known only to him. At the edge of the plaza, he stopped at the door to the construction yard. A poster for his talk show hung there, another part of Wake's fiction. He stepped through, willing it to take him to Parliament Tower Plaza.
This is the first time I've seen a page about Warland Dorr. Who is he?
A door that stands between two rooms is in both. A door that can lead anywhere is everywhere. That door is the center. He governs the currents of reality.
With all the powers mixed up in this, it's hard to know who's playing who. Opening too many doors. This isn't important right now. I can look into it later. The page describes him moving through the door. How can I do that?
The dark place has many faces and many names. It is a mirror, reflecting all possible realities. The family of Doors have the power to shift between these realities, here and elsewhere.
If I can find a way to navigate through this nightmare, maybe I can find a way to get back home. Alan, we need to talk about the ending.
Saga, what is this?
My mind place. I've reached out to you like this before, but I understand more about it now.
You see visions too. I used to think they were ideas, inspiration, but they're real. Just like this now. I try to use them to make the story come true.
So this is coming from both of us. Maybe that's how we could communicate in the overlaps. We could use this to stop Scratch.
First, I need the ending.
So there's a problem with the ending?
I don't have the ending. It has to be perfect, but I don't have time to figure it out. I don't know what to do. Fuck. I'm so sorry. This whole thing is a fucking mess.
I agree. But we can still figure this out. And what exactly does perfect mean?
The elements of the ending need to come from the story's pre-existing parts. To make matters worse, this is a horror story.
You don't need to tell me this is a horror story.
Right. The ending has to fit the genre if it's going to work. In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters.
There must be a way to bring a hero into the story.
If there is a hero, they will ultimately pay a heavy price.
So the ending has to be earned, set up by the story. You can't build a case without supporting evidence.
That's the only way to make it stick.
I can't let the horror story take Logan and Casey. They were dragged into this. They need to survive. Non-negotiable.
Not just them. We need to try to save everyone. I have an idea how to help Casey. He's a real person who I twisted into a character. He isn't my creation, so he isn't a suitable host for the Dark Presence. I can write that into the ending to drive that fucking thing out of him.
Well, if the ending has to fit the story, this is how I see it. Return is a story about a story that comes true. And I'm a character in this story.
Not just a character. The hero.
Okay, a hero. In any case, I've been through hell to be here. And this is my life. It feels earned to me that I rise above the story and be there to create the ending.
Yes. That's what we're doing. Here, now. We're figuring out the ending I need to write.
This isn't Scratch's ending. But this isn't your ending either. This is our ending. You aren't the only one deciding these things anymore.
You're right. I can't do this alone. Every time I write, things only get worse.
You beat this thing back in 2010, Alan. And here you are doing the same again. You're a hero too. We're in this together.
Then let's bring it home.
The ending will have to be dark, no matter what. The more people we save, the greater the cost. And the hero must pay the price.
One of the heroes. The scales always need to balance. Fuck it. Let's go with this.
Are you sure?
There's no time for anything better. Scratch could be here any second.
Then that's our ending. I have the clicker. I'll find a way to get it to you.
And I'll get the pages down. See you on the other side.
Alan?
Saga. I finished it. The ending we talked about.
I have the clicker. And the bullet of light. Let's do this. I have to be the one to do it.
I see it clearly now. This part at least. Okay. We have met here before. Time loops in the dark place. Every choice you make affects everything that comes before and after you make it. He's here. Like it does when you change a detail in a story you're writing.
Casey?
The end! Scratch! Now!
When the bullet of light blew the darkness out of the crater of my skull, the Dark Presence was born from the remains, feeding on the horror around it to grow. finished return, but the dark presence was hungry for more. And I was missing the small part of myself that it had been born from. Alice, love is strange. Even apart, we're still together in our memories. We put each other through hell to set us free. Again and again. Different versions of us. Alice helped me get there, where I needed to be. It has taken so long. The process to change reality is so delicate, to be true in just the right way and still find a way past our flaws. So many drafts, so many photographs, so many lives lived outside of time, an eternity apart on this journey to finally arrive here.
Over. Anderson.
Logan? Logan! Are you alright?
I had a terrible nightmare. Can you come home, Mom?
Oh, baby. It's over now. You're alright. I'm here. I'm on my way home. I love you. She's alright.
The ending worked. Scratch is gone.
At last.
Thank you, my love. And so I return. With me I bear the torch of knowledge, the light, the miracle illuminated. The master of two worlds. No, the master of many worlds.
Okay, so that's the New Game Plus ending. That's not the ending that you get in the regular one. So this is actually the true ending when you really look at it. That is awesome. Symbolically, with the light in the middle of his forehead, it's almost like his third eye has been opened finally. Alright, so different set of credits now. Cool. Or is there only a new set of... It might not be, because normally when you finish the game on normal and not New Game Plus, when you skip, it shows you another scene. So maybe on the New Game Plus ending, if you skip that first part of the credits, it just skips you to the next part without the cutscene in. I can't... Oh, yes, I can. I'm pressing the button to skip, but I can't.
Big island words, painted lips with soot, made an empty shell of your lies, exquisite hurt, as the truth takes root in the hollows of your eyes. Sensation tormenting, and I'm closer to the edge. Temptation enduring, yet I taste regrets.
Okay, and there we have it. Now, apparently, there's actually some DLC planned for this game too, so interesting. I think there might be. Let's have a look for any official confirmation. Ah, okay, yep. So there's a DLC coming out later this year called Lake House for Alan Wake 2. Awesome. Hopefully the timing will work that they release it in October this year, because that would work really well for my horror streams in October. In any case, that is the end of the playthrough. So to recap, for this playthrough, my annual 2024 run, I started the game again from scratch because the New Game Plus was not just simply carry over all your weapons and upgrades from your previous playthrough and then the game story and everything is just exactly the same. But because it was different intro narration, different ending, other differences, it meant that I was like, well, I can't just do a New Game Plus run on its own, because my annual playthroughs, if I was to skip that, it wouldn't really qualify, because whenever I do an annual playthrough of something, I always start, from the start of the game. And in many ways, the New Game Plus mode is almost like an extended part of the game. So I decided to, in this playthrough, once I finished the story from scratch, to start the New Game Plus mode, but don't worry about separating the playthroughs so that it would be playthrough number 3 separately. Technically, it is my third time playing through the game though, but this is what I'm classifying as my second playthrough overall. So having finished the final draft now, it means that the whole playthrough is finished, and that's done. The next Alan Wake 2 playthrough will be in October, unless the DLC that they mentioned comes out before then. I have to play it by ear now that I know that there is DLC coming out this year. But in any case, I just want to thank everyone so much for taking this journey into the mind of Alan Wake. And the game that's going to replace this, because I've been teasing a surprise game and all that kind of stuff, so I wanted to reveal that before I went on a break and then came back to actually do it. But the game that is going to be replacing Alan Wake 2 for Monday through to Fridays is going to be Outlast. But I'm not just playing the game from start to finish without anything extra. What I'm going to be doing is a challenge playthrough with that. Now, last year in October, as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, one of the playthroughs I did was going through the game on Insane, the hardest difficulty, where, when you die, the game automatically puts you right back at the start of the game again. So I did that playthrough, but the challenge that I'm going to be doing with Outlast this time around, though, is a no camera challenge. And that's the details of the challenge. Now, it might be like, okay, what's the big deal? Why is getting rid of the camera going to be challenging? Well, in Outlast, it's not just the camera that itself that's important. The fact that you can use night vision to actually fucking see where you're going. And so for the whole game, I won't be able to use the light from the camera at all. Which also means I won't be using the camera at all. Unless the game forces me to. There's probably moments where I'll be forced to use the camera. But for that whole playthrough, I won't be using the camera, and I'll be playing it on hard mode. When I first thought of the challenge, I was like, oh yeah, I'll just do the no camera challenge, and then I thought, hang on, if I'm going to do it on normal, it's probably better to do it on hard. The reason being, there's plenty of parts in that game where you can get by without using the camera and without having the light. But then there's also moments where it's very, very frustrating. So I thought, okay, what's the best way to balance out the challenge so that it's not too easy, but not too overly difficult? So I thought, I'll do it on hard mode. That way the enemies can kill me quicker, which means if I get lost in the dark without the light, then I'm pretty much fucked unless I can, survive and get out of there. So that's the playthrough that will be replacing Alan Wake 2. I don't imagine that it'll be a playthrough that'll take me a long time. Hell, I might even finish the game in one stream. But if I do, then I'll have to think of another game to do Mondays through to Fridays. But in any case, that's the next game that you'll see from me, will be Outlast, doing a no camera challenge on hard mode. I'll take a break though before I start the stream though. Brutus, that's absolutely no worries at all for the stream. Thank you for being here. Just want to thank everyone for watching so much. I'm going to take, not a really long break, but I'm going to take a 15-minute break. Usually when I finish one game and start another game, sometimes depending on what time it is my time, I might take half an hour or an hour. But even though I've been streaming this for 4.5 hours, I feel like 15 minutes break is all I'll need before starting Outlast. Thanks again everyone for watching, muchly appreciated. Before I go though, just want to give some shout outs. Would like to recommend people highly check out Crocodiles, who's playing through Hitman 2 for his first time. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed series, doing a playthrough of Black Flag at the moment, where it's no HUD and no fast travel allowed, and also has limited looks at the map. The way that he does it is, if a game has statistics screen and can tell you how long you've been playing for, or if it doesn't, IRL time, what he'll do is he'll give himself one look at the map to bank. If 2 hours pass, it becomes 2, 3 hours, 3, so on and so on. If he needs to have a look at the map, he can, but he has to take one look off the amount that he has. So he's playing through the games with that approach in mind, and definitely a very unique kind of immersive way to play through the game. Mr. Gotai is playing games like Mortal Kombat 11, also a fan of the Dead Space series, as well as horror games by Supermassive, like Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry as well. Highly recommend checking out Mr. Gotai's channel. Really cool streamer as well, so highly recommend. Dr. Ronnie is playing through Red Dead Redemption 2. He plays with a hat, and when he's playing a game, he'll pick what hat to wear depending on what type of game. So for Red Dead 2, he's wearing a cowboy hat. If he was going to, say, play a game set in France, he'd probably wear a hat that, would be, of that region or something like that, So he's doing a playthrough of that as well. And he's a big fan of Assassin's Creed also. So I highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie. And also highly recommend checking out Tylian. He plays a lot of different third-person action-adventure games like Horizon Zero Dawn, as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Also games like Alan Wake and Control as well. Another chill streamer. They all are. So highly recommend checking out Crocodiles, Mr. Gotai, Dr. Ronnie, and Tylian. Welcome back, Dr. Casper. You just tuned back in. What is the next game? So the next game is Assassin's Creed Rogue. Just kidding. It's not Assassin's Creed Rogue. The next game is Outlast. I'm playing it on hard mode, but without being able to use the camera, i.e. not having light sources to see. So that's what I'll be doing. Casper Rogue, you do it. You can't wait. Oh, you must be the Dr. Casper Darling from the other world. The world in which I do play that game. Sorry, this is the world in which I don't. But yeah, that'll be the game that I'm doing next. So I'll be back in 15 minutes with Outlast, no camera challenge on hard mode. Thanks everyone for watching this stream. Really appreciate it. Until next time.